Sarah.
Sorry.
And it's great to see you all, even though we are in different places in the main. I'm here in the UK. It's a grey morning here in Cheltenham. I was thinking that spring had arrived, but it seems to have gone away again. It's a really great pleasure to be speaking to the Entrepreneurship-as-Practice conference. I was delighted to be asked by Sarah because entrepreneurship is in fact an area that I feel myself drawn to increasingly. And the reasons for that I will explain as we go through, but they relate to my work on craft, which is taking me towards looking at smaller enterprises increasingly. So thanks very much to all the organisers, including Neil and everyone else who's involved. And I look forward to participating in the discussions through the day. So the itinerary that you've got ahead, I think, looks really interesting, and I'm sure we'll have some good discussions. So I'm going to share my screen now. And in this presentation, you'll see that I use a lot of images, which is one of the privileges of speaking on this theme. And as Sarah mentioned, I'm going to be talking about my own research as a springboard for helping to think about how visual research has changed and how and why that's important for practice research in particular. So by way of introduction, I want to talk a little bit here about practice research specifically. Now, as many of you know, practice researchers have drawn attention to the body as a site of knowledge and knowing for some time now. And this includes through notions such as sensible or sensory knowledge, and also the idea of knowledge being not specific to single bodies, but also extending and relating to other bodies in contexts of practice. So it's about collective learning and practices which enable tacit knowing and all these kinds of ideas which researchers have looked at in a plethora of contexts of practice. I'm thinking here of the classic article by Devora Yanau and her colleague about flute makers, for example. So there's a very strong tradition here that goes back a number of years. I'm also thinking about the work of Silvia Gerardi, of Antonio Strati and Wanda Olikowski. So all of these scholars, I think, have been ploughing a furrow that relates to the ideas that we're talking about here. And although there has been this strong strand of thinking about the body in practice, and how knowing is transferred through the body, how things are learnt through bodily contact with other things. I think what I observed in looking at this literature is perhaps less attention being devoted to materiality. So the actual things that we come into contact with are less the focus. So there's a book chapter which I think in 2015 really kind of talks about in strategy as practice rather than entrepreneurship in practice, talking about how the materiality is a background rather than a foreground. And I think that really is the pivot point for how this connects to visual methods, because the way that I have engaged with visual methods over the years has been about trying to accord visuality an equivalent ontological and epistemological status to language. It's about bringing it to the foreground, in other words, as a way of knowing, as a way of encountering the world, and as a way for us as scholars to understand that world. So here in the image, if you've been puzzling over it, is an example of some of my research in craft work organisation. And it's slipware making in the Staffordshire area of the Potteries in Stoke-on-Trent in the UK. And it involves pouring slip clay, liquid clay, into a mould. And you'll see he's sponging. It's called fettling. All these practices have kind of vernacular words in the context of practice. Moving very quickly, smoothing out the edges. And so much of this work is so connected to the object, you know, talking to people about these practices and the way that they explain them is very much about the feel and the encounter with those objects. So that's just one of the examples which I'll return to as we go through. So here's a bit of a trajectory of my journey. So it's been a journey of experimentation. I wanted to get more into visual methods, and I'll start to explain how that decision evolved, how that desire to use those methods evolved. And it traces back to a paper in 2012, which I published outside the field in a journal called Visual Studies, and that's not coincidental. It used visual imageries. I wanted to do a photo essay, and I'll come to the research that was about in a moment, but it was related to a strand of analysis which focused on loss, organizational change, and the emotional responses that this provokes in employees who have experienced something such as a factory closure after many years. So using the metaphor of organizational death and drawing on notions of bereavement and how people cope with extreme loss. So that was the first paper. And then I wrote a review paper published in International Journal of Management Reviews on visual management studies, trying to sort of make sense of what was happening, because at that time there was a reluctance to accept the legitimacy of visual data in published articles in our field. I remember submitting to one journal and them saying, why don't you go and do some more interviews? So it was that kind of response that people were getting. And it led to the formation of Invisio, which was a network of researchers cross-cutting across different disciplines. It meant that I was able to work with Jane Davison on this paper, who's a professor of accounting. So we were trying to work across the sub-disciplines in order to increase the legitimacy of these research methods and establish not only their legitimacy, but to improve the rigor essentially with which they were used, so that they become something that has a set of practices associated with it that enables actual analysis, not merely presentation. The idea of images being decorative is something that we wanted to move away from. We wanted to know what skills we needed as researchers to do that. So then I, in 2016, wrote a paper about Steve Jobs' death, which brings together, in a sense, the interest in loss, but was highly visual and included a number of photographs, this time in the field, in organization studies. And then most recently in 2020 with Sheena Vachani, I published a paper based on my research in the field of craft work organization, which again uses images. And so I was kind of stumbling. This wasn't a plan. This was a real kind of evolving, how am I going to do this incrementally? And it changed over time. And it changed not only in the methods I used, but the philosophical notions, ontological ideas that inform the use of those methods. And that's the story of my journey that I want to tell you today. So here's an image from that first project. It's the end of the line. It's a photograph of a car manufacturing plant, Jaguar, in Coventry in the UK. And all the cars have come off, and this is a photographic record of those final days and hours taken by the company archivist. In this study, I started without even thinking I was going to be using visual methods, but through the use of my normal repertoire as a qualitative researcher of doing ethnographic research, of hanging around and trying to understand the culture of the organization, I realized that imagery was absolutely fundamental to the culture. So I couldn't ignore it. I couldn't set it aside. And companies that have archives, you know, that's a very useful resource. But in this case, these archives were so visual. You know, photographic records have been kept over time of this company's identity, and they couldn't. You know, I just didn't see how I could overlook them and understand the culture. So here I am, this kind of trying to be flexible qualitative researcher. I have to extend my toolkit, and I have to learn new ways of dealing with this data. And so I had hundreds of images supplied by the company, but also around the time of the closure of this particular factory, which had been in the heartland of where car manufacturing had been done. They sometimes referred to it as the UK Detroit. You know, going back into the 60s, 70s, for example, but obviously in a post-industrial decline, this was a relic. It was one of the last left. So a huge amount of cultural history embedded in place, and a great kind of sense of loss emerged when the parent company Ford made the announcement they were going to close the factory. And so I was confronted with images as I walked around, as I spoke to people. The image that you see on the left of Uncle Sam tearing the heart out of the Jaguar is produced by local union officials as the campaign logo against the closure. And to me, this signals a lot about the visceral nature and the emotional response of workers and wider communities to the announcement of closure. But what's interesting about this is that the words tell a different story. The words sound much more much less emotional, much more kind of acceptable, the image much more visceral. And the second image is of a found image, so one that's found by me as I walked around, and I asked if I could take a picture of it on the back of a door. Don't know who did it, don't know you know, how they did it, I guess in a quiet moment on their computer. But this sort of imagery, I felt I could not overlook and I could not ignore in order to be able to tell the story of what was happening here. And so it became something that I had to work with, and I had to find new ways of working with. And to do that, I turned to a book by Cresson van Leeuwen, which is reading images, and it's about semiotic analysis being adapted and applied in rather than in linguistic contexts in relation to visual texts. So this was an idea, the idea of reading images that appealed to me, because it offered a way in to breaking down some of the elements and interpreting them in a way that gave me a methodology that I could then work with. So the principles here that the book adopts are that visual texts are not neutral. And this is one of the naive realist assumptions that we have to move away from when we use visual data. We cannot sort of simply say this image shows. That's in my view, naively realist and problematic as a researcher. We couldn't do that if it was words. We have to interpret them. So we have to interpret them, and we have to treat them as socio-political, so they are produced with intent. And you can see that from the two images I just showed you. Very clearly, they're produced with intent. And we have to look at them as multimodal. So the words and the images and the work that they do may be complementary, or there may be tensions and points of difference between them. So there's another thing that we can look at. Crucially, we have to know who the author or authors are of these texts where we can. But as the previous example shows, sometimes they're anonymous, sometimes they circulate. And with digital research, with digital communication, actually tracing back authors of visual texts can be very difficult. I think much more so than words. But nevertheless, trying to understand that and is important. And I often find there's a triadic model of text, author, and reader. So thinking about those three elements in combination is something that I try to do in relation to the visual. So that from a cultural studies perspective is where that model comes from, is important, because it highlights that what the author intends the image to say is not necessarily what the person reading it sees. And that highlights a really important thing about images, which is their dynamic nature, the fact that it is open to interpretation to a high extent, and you draw on what you've seen before when you come to an image. And that brings me to the point of intertextuality. So very often, and in my analysis of film, you see this a lot, but I think you see it in all visual imagery to an extent. We're drawing on wider cultural understandings. So Uncle Sam obviously has a provenance that we all appreciate. That's a kind of a cultural symbol of something. It signals the fact that Ford is a parent company that's American, but there's a kind of Anglo-American relations of politics going on there. The gun that you saw in that image, it's a Colt 45, symbolic of, you know, a lot of things American. So those sort of intertextual reference points we're looking for. And then we're looking for the interactions between elements in the image, and we're looking at whether they address the viewer or whether they relate to each other within the image. And if they address the viewer, what are they saying to the viewer? So I found Cresson van Leeuwen's book really helpful, very productive in providing me with a semiotic approach to doing this. So it's a method and a methodology for encountering images, building on the work of people like Roland Barthes, and thinking about symbolism and its effects. So I worked with that. And then another paper came along, actually at the same time as I wrote my paper with Jane Davison in International Journal Management Reviews, and it was published in Academy of Management Annals. And I was intrigued to see that I was classified in what I was doing. And I was classified as a practice researcher in visual methods. I hadn't thought of myself as that particularly, but here I was classified under the second column as a practice scholar who in the space of understanding the visual dimension in organizing and organizations. And so what these authors, including Renate Mayer, who we're going to hear from in the next session, said is that this kind of research is about taking socially meaningful material objects. And I did in the Jaguar study, I was looking at actual objects. You know, there's a great deal of brand memorabilia, and some of that had been co-opted and adapted in ways that conveyed messages, maybe ones that were resistant to the managerial regime at the time. And looking at how they are constitutive of social practices. The data is natural. So there's this distinction between naturally occurring visual images and elicited or created images by the researcher. Now that didn't fit exactly for me. This is the problem with typologies, or the limitation with them, because I use both. I use images that I create as well, and I did in that research, but as you'll see, that becomes a strand that's quite prominent as my work has gone on. And the producer is field actors, not entirely, it's also the researcher in my case. The interpreter, field actors and the researcher. And there can be things like clothing and objects, as well as drawings and photographs. So it's a whole range of artifacts. But I guess maybe the important bit is down at the bottom, you know, because it's about an ethnographic sensibility, which I think does run through this work for me, which is quite different from methods such as photo-elicitation. But semiotics is there under archaeological, so I guess I intersect with archaeological as well. So I'm looking at the social knowledge of the community. I'm using photographs and approaching the task of deconstructing them. So I guess I span the archaeological and the practice. But it's a useful classification in terms of thinking about what it is that was happening at the time in our field. Then I moved on to a next study, which was collected data in October 2011, in the month following the announcement of Steve Jobs' death. It was entirely online data collection, involved over 100 discrete photographic images of memorializing events all around the world, spontaneous acts of public mourning and impromptu shrines, messages of grief and remembrance on social media, and here I'm going back a bit further than Kress and Van Loo and working with Roland Barthes, and that's a point of reference. Barthes' work I come back to quite a lot in semiotics, and thinking about the intentional signification of images, the way that they intentionally convey a message. So here, looking at the arrangement of objects, the posing of objects, the pose of the subject, and the image that became iconic of Steve Jobs at this time was a commissioned portrait which featured on his authorized biography, published very soon after the death. And you'll see that this is a clear address, you know, of the thinker, very mannered, very posed, very intentional, and conveying a message to the audience, to the reader of the image. But all sorts of symbolic aspects to this: the half-eaten apples, the use of candles, which bring together elements of mourning from a wider cultural sphere and apply them in relation to this particular death. So working across the boundaries into looking at sociology of death, we analysed these practices, and they extended into a kind of worshipful. So as a kind of anthropologically leaning scholar, I'm interested in the sort of collective effervescence, or the sort of spiritual aspects of how people engage with organizations, and these kinds of look like Steve Day practices of wearing the black turtleneck and posing like Steve were very intriguing to us in making sense of these practices. So again, an analysis that I feel was fundamentally visual, that it couldn't have been done without looking at those practices visually and then trying to understand their significance. But then I made a bit of a shift, because I stopped thinking about methods as material, as visual, and started to think more deeply about the ontological underpinnings, about what it says about reality and what we know. And this took me in the direction of new materialism and the work of Jane Bennett. And it was connected to the topic that I'd moved on to, which was craftwork organization. So my research in organizations, looking at things like ceramics and looking at bicycle making and shoemaking in the UK, collecting data. I was using those methods that I'd used in the previous studies. I was increasingly taking photographs. So my process became one of tracing practice through taking hundreds of photographs of every step of the making process. And it began partly as an aide memoir to me, because I couldn't actually retain all of this detail without photographing it. But increasingly, it became an end in itself. And for rather pragmatic reasons, I made the decision early on that I wouldn't photograph people's faces, because of the sensitivity of that, and the fact that, as in much ethnographic research, the consent form processes, the gaining of consent becomes more difficult, and in terms of gaining ethical approval for these projects, it would be challenging. And then I realized that I was gaining something, and maybe gaining something different, maybe losing something as well. But I was gaining something by not photographing faces, because I was focusing much more on the practices and the relations with the matter, with the materials, and the hands of making and the bodies of making. And in a way, it took me away from the language and the way we articulate what we're doing, and towards those practices. And I found it very productive. I also found it very moving. I remember one time I was waiting for somebody to interview them in the boardroom area of a shoemaking company. They'd given me the best room by far in the entire factory to sit in, with a beautiful walnut table. But I was entirely surrounded by ornate displays of shoes, men's shoes, and the smell of those shoes and the substance of them. It was very, very powerful. And in between talking to people, taking the shoes and holding them, but then also finding that when people spoke to me about their work, they would refer to the shoes and hold the shoes as well. So objects were so clearly part of the practice that they were indistinguishable from the people almost. And so I turned to new materialism, because new materialism, and we have a quote here from Jane Bennett, who's a scholar of political science, who talks about thing power as the strange ability of objects to exceed their status that we accord them as inanimate things, and to manifest traces of aliveness. So this opens up for me a very exciting possibility of thinking about practices in a much more materialist way than hitherto, and thinking about the role of humans within those practices as much more relational. So it moves us away from a human-centric view of practice, which I think is very, significant. That's a quite significant thing to contemplate. So what this is enabled by is the notion of flat ontologies, which moves us away from an idea of dualisms, the idea of there being separate things like natural and cultural, human and non-human, micro and macro, agency and structure. So we move away from those dualisms, and instead we take a turn towards matter. And it's based on three propositions. Firstly, that the material world is not comprised of fixed and stable entities. Instead, it's relational and it's in constant flux. Second, that nature and culture are not distinct realms, but parts of a continuum of materiality. And third, that the capacity for agency, the actions that produce the social world, extend beyond human actors to the non-human and inanimate. So writers like Bennett, who's a political scientist, are talking about this as a means of understanding wicked problems, very extreme ecological challenges that we face today, in thinking about our role as humans within those challenges. Writers like Rosie Braidotti are using this as a facilitative step towards post-human thinking. So here we come back to the beyond human idea. And a way of thinking about ethics and our ethical responsibilities in a less human-centric way. So there's a whole host of theoretical, philosophical possibilities that I feel open up through the ways of thinking that are offered by new materialist thought. But what has been argued is that there has been less work done about how we translate this into our research and what methods and methodologies enable that. And so I think that what visual methods potentially offer is a way of doing exactly that. So when I'm invited to review papers that use materialist thinking, one of the common difficulties that writers face, myself included, is how you do the analysis, how you present the analysis, which in any way does justice to the things. We've all been there and had that experience of, like I've been in this amazing room and there's all these shoes around me, but I can't put that in my paper. So what am I going to do? How am I going to get some of that? And not just the materiality of it, but its consequences on me, which are affective. So the notion of affect then relates to new materialism. So that's where that comes in. So it is challenging, but I think that shift is really important for a whole host of reasons, not least because many of the challenges that we face, if we think about sustainability or our responsibility as humans in the world and the likely challenges that we will face, are I think ones which new materialism helps us to think about differently, potentially more productively, and potentially with a different ethical sensibility about our responsibilities as humans. So moving on then to the area of craft, this was a qualitative study of in-placed work, in places of making that have a long history of making in 4 organizations. And I worked with the idea that craft is a continuum rather than an absolute. So the definition of craft as in opposition to industry, to my mind, is quite problematic. So actually, human skills of making are involved in many processes and production organized systems, but they're not necessarily pure craft. So I wasn't looking for the cottage industry single artisan. I was going into companies that had several hundred employees, but that branded themselves very much as being craft, as involving handmaking, and obviously that's tapping into a wider discourse about craft, which has become quite popular in the last 5 to 10 years. And so in this company in Stoke-on-Trent, the technique of spongeware is fundamental. So tiny pieces of sponge which are used to handprint the designs on the ware in these distinctive patterns. So craft is distinguished then for me by making practices that rely on physical contact between raw materials used and the hand of the maker to produce objects that are useful in daily life, but also endowed with aesthetic qualities that distinguish them from mass-produced objects. So inherent variation is often a feature, or the mark of the hand, often through signing of the ware, which in this case is something that is done by the decorator. So these manual making practices rely on embodied knowledge and improvisation, often in situations where outcomes cannot fully be predicted in advance, and that's quite important. So that's where the tacit knowing and the skill comes in. There were over 500 photographs that I collected from this project, some of them archives again, but some of them photographic by me. And I used this to construct a detailed step-by-step account of the making process, using the tools, the machinery, and people's embodied experience. And what I found was I also did interviews, and I found that the interviews really were difficult. It was very difficult for participants to explain anything about the practices unless they showed me. So it was only when they showed me what they were doing and then allowed me to take these photographs that they relaxed, and one thing led to another. And not only did that enable insight into the practices, but it enabled insight into the person themselves. So part of what I was doing was collecting life histories at the same time to try to contextualize these practices. And I remember one time when I was in the shoe factory, and we'd had a sort of a very brief interview, and then we went down to the workbench, and the person I was speaking to is a clicker, and a clicker is a person who hand cuts pieces of leather to make into the shoe. And he took a shoe box from under his desk, and he brought it out and put it on the top and took out photographs that he'd kept of himself. He was in his late 50s, including himself as a 16-year-old boy on that same clicking bench cutting the leather. And he pointed up to a clock on the wall and said, "See that clock? It's still there." So this incredibly embedded sense of the practices over time, I think very powerful and to me, very moving. So what I would interpret this as is a methodology of encounters. It involves being with the crafted objects and attending to the force of matter that arises from them and the effective relations and rhythms and intensities that flow from it. So it's about trying to find a language, because we do still have to come back to words at some point, for representing these encounters in different ways. And so Tim Ingold talks about a poetic approach to research, where thinking and writing, as well as the collection and analysis of data, are embodied practices. So I then become involved in that process of trying to be closely engaged in terms of the senses and trying to adjust myself in response. So it becomes a kind of crafty approach to the research. So it leads to attempts at different forms of writing, different styles of writing, which we attempted in that organization studies paper, in order to try to sort of get a sense of what is happening here in its relational affects. So that brings me then to the final part of what I'm talking about today. Which is to my latest study, which is about craft bakers in the UK. So many parts of the world through the first lockdown and the pandemic, there were many stories of people queuing for bread, which from an anthropological perspective, I think is quite interesting about the things that we turn to in times of crisis. I became very interested in that kind of sourdough artisan revolution that was happening. And so for the last year, I've been trying to get bakers to talk to me. And I have to say it's been rather difficult. So if you have any advice in the questions about access to entrepreneurial businesses, I would be very grateful. I think they're so busy, they're on night shifts, these sorts of practical things come into it. But last week or a couple of weeks ago, I managed to persuade this bakery to let me observe a shift. And it started at 6 a.m. Some of them had already been working since 5 a.m. And I just watched for 5 hours and asked them questions and took photographs, again, using my method of photographing every part of the process and the relations of the material to the embodied. And these are just a couple of images from that. And I think this is important in terms of knowledge about entrepreneurship, because there is a literature, as I'm sure you're aware, about craft entrepreneurship, as characterized by small scale production and skilled methods. So intersecting with the work I've been doing in organization studies. And I think this is important work because it's seeking to challenge the dominance of high growth models of entrepreneurship and to draw in attention to the importance of the social as well as economic value creation. Okay. But I think what that research does, even though it emphasizes the importance of creativity and innovation, the importance of communities and networks, to my mind, I think more could be done to move it towards an understanding of the materiality of these practices. The emphasis is often on symbolic capital, whereas I think what visual methods and this materialist approach invites is a real strong appreciation of this these practices as essentially material. When I ask bakers what they enjoy most, and there are many things they don't enjoy about being bakers, but when I ask them what they enjoy most, they talk about the alchemy, they don't use that word, but mixing flour, salt, and water and creating something where it was not before. and tipping out these loaves that exist through those very simple elements. So to conclude then, I want to end with a quote from Karen Barad, which brings me back to what it is that we're doing as researchers, why we do it, and what it means. And the quote here is one that alludes to the sort of positionality of researchers and our ethical responsibilities as researchers, and how we come to know. And I think that for me, visual methods are a very important way of coming to know aspects of practice, and therefore one that I feel has a place in our toolkit.
Thank you so much, Emma. That was a fantastic presentation. I'm going to open it up for questions, but before I do that, I'll ask myself a question. I guess I'll just be a little bit selfish here. Before I do that, I just wanted to say that, you're talking about the sensory elements of being in the shoe factory, what it smells like and stuff. So to me, I did some research with arts entrepreneurs, and that smell, I was always smelling everything. So one of them was a luthier, and the smell of cedar, it would get in my hair, and I loved it. I would smell my hair after doing field work. And he thought that was like really funny that I was always mentioning the smells of the studio. And so after I left the field, he actually got some cedar clippings from his guitars. And so I keep it in my office. And every time I need to go back, I will just smell it. And so there's, that element, and it's so hard to put into words, right? Just like you've said. So the question that I have, and so I think, going back to your recent OS, organization studies on relational encounters and vital materiality, which I absolutely love and highly recommend to everybody. It's a really, really nice piece, and it really embodies a lot of these things that Emma was just talking about. I was wondering if you could give us a bit of background, a little bit of the backstage of that paper, maybe more with the publishing and the reviewing process of it. So you mentioned as a reviewer what you might look for in papers that you review, but as an author. So for example, when I do work with photographs, and sometimes taking a radical process philosophy approach, there's always a reviewer that pushes me to do an explanation of the analysis using the mainstream templates, like the 3 grids Joya type of analysis. And I struggle, right? Because it might not actually match the philosophical positioning of the study. And so I was just wondering, I've been lucky that I've pushed back and said, like, no, this doesn't make sense for these reasons. But it could be dangerous, right? At the same time, I guess. So I was just wondering if you have any tips. There's lots of PhD students in the room as well. So if you have any tips on how to navigate that process, and if you've ever experienced too.
Thank you, Sarah. That's a really good question. So I think it does depend on your associate editor and your reviewers quite heavily. And I was lucky in the organization studies. I had Mike Zundell, and I found out afterwards that Mike Zundell is given the slightly unusual papers, and he's quite open to them. And I think I nominated him. So advice to PhD students: nominate, find out about who on the associate editor team is comfortable with visual methods. Make sure that you, in your cover letter, say this person would be an ideal associate editor if they've got availability. And also in that cover letter, name your reviewers. Now, I named a couple of reviewers. You can perhaps guess from my reference list who they were. And so already then you've got people who get it, who are not going to say to you, do a template analysis. And I could have a whole exegesis about the GOIA template methodology. I'm pleased to see that the orthodoxy of that is being challenged, and there are a number of papers in organizational research methods now which talk about the problem of template analysis. So always in our field, and I do think our field of management research, management and organization research is actually quite methodologically conservative. We always have to keep pushing back, and we do it by creating coalitions and working those networks to try to make those spaces. As a consequence of that, I was in the rather fortunate position of, in the review process, the reviewers and the associate editors saying, go a bit further, do a bit more, not do less. So rather than try to rein it in, they were encouraging me to break some of the conventions of analytical presentation, and they did that through the work of Stuart's book Ordinary Affects, which one of the reviewers pointed us towards. And that is a humanities scholar who writes in a way that does not feel like social science. The way that she presents data, it's really different. And I thought, can I really do that? And they said I could, so I did. So you can get lucky. And if you don't get lucky, then you have to keep trying. And, you know, I mean, the fact that I published outside the field in 2012 was because I couldn't publish it inside the field. I mean, you know, maybe because of my lack of sort of judgment or skill as to how to do that, but also partly because it was harder. So I think it can be done, but you're alluding to some really important points there, Sarah.
Yeah, and you're right, the associate editor really does make a difference, because when I pushed back, you know, the associate editors at that time were Daniel Yortz and Trish Ray, and I felt like, okay, I think I can do this, right? And yeah, and it was okay in the end. So great. So to your question earlier about gaining access to entrepreneurs, one thing that I've noticed with arts entrepreneurs specifically, and I don't know if other people have a different experience or similar experience, but one thing that I noticed with the arts entrepreneurs that I studied was that they actually didn't want to be de-identified. So they were very proud, and so when I was talking to them about consent, I will make sure it's anonymous. If I use photographs, I'll make sure I don't show your face. And they're like, no, absolutely not. I want you to show my face. I want you to use my name, not a pseudonym. And so when I started reaching out to others, I noticed that that was a plus for them. So I don't know if that helps. I know it adds a layer of complexity to get ethics approval. Maybe it takes a little bit more time, but at least in my experience with arts entrepreneurs, is that there's that identity. They don't want to be de-identified from the making, that's, you know, the practice. And so I don't know if that's helpful, but that's, yeah, my experience.
It is a good point, and it relates to a wider point about the difficulty of anonymizing visual research.
Yep.
You can't do it in some cases, and there are ethical implications associated with doing it. So for the Jaguar study, I couldn't anonymize it. I couldn't tell the story without anonymizing it. So I had, and that precludes publication in certain journals such as Work Employment Society, which requires anonymity for publication. Yeah. So there are some interesting things there about what we do. Then there's the issue about faces. So if you do have faces, and I have got one or two faces in one or two things, and I pixelated the face, and you could see that as a violation almost. So you're protecting anonymity, but in a way that could be seen as a sort of slightly dehumanizing, I feel, you know, as I encounter that image. So there are some interesting sort of tensions around that as well. And then the last point I would make is absolutely in relation to people not wanting to be anonymized. And there's a very nice article in the social sciences about some research that's done interviewing parents of children who've died through illness. And the last thing I want is for the name of that child to be changed. So sometimes the conventions that we adopt to protect people are actually ones that they don't want.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we have a question from Inge, so I'll give you the floor to ask your question.
Thank you very much. Hi, Emma. Really exciting presentation. I have many questions, but I only ask one for now, so others have time. And my question is relating to flat ontologies. You had a slide earlier on that we need to turn to flat ontologies. And I just wonder what the danger of reification of social constructs is if we actually do that.
So I'm not, I think it might be good if you explain a little bit more about that question, unpack it a bit. But before you do that, I would say that new materialist scholars reject notions of reified ideas about there being a structure, an ideology, that people like Fox and Aldred talk about assemblages of things and the affects they generate. So they actually reject the idea of there being such a thing as society, I guess, that exists independently, that really is just a series of encounters and assemblages, and they keep happening, and we interpret those things. So I guess they try to avoid that kind of reification, but was that what you meant, or was it something else?
If you say that they deny or reject the existence of society, that's exactly what I then would bring into my explanation. I'm coming more from a socio-materiality discussion. You brought in Gerardi earlier, one of her work, the 2012 book, but also 2017 article, talks very much about how socio-materiality is unthinkable or unimaginable without really considering, yes, we reproduce society in the way we, let's say, simply do business, and the ways we interact, use whatever ideas, objects, whatever materiality might be conceptualized as. And for me, I can't do this with a flat ontology, but maybe I misunderstood the slide. It was one that stuck out for me.
Okay. I mean, these are complex points. I would say that socio-materiality is, and I've been speaking to other scholars about this who are more in the socio-materiality space than the new materialism. There are great overlaps, and Silvia Gerardi is drawing on some of the same literatures that I'm drawing on. So I think these things do interconnect to a great extent, but perhaps that's a longer conversation we need to have.
Okay, yes, on another day then. I'll pass on to whoever's next.
Great.
Sarah,
Thank you. Yes,
Sarah,
so is there a question in the room? Yep.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if you can hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Emma. Yeah, thank you. My name is Boukje Knossen. I guess I'm one of the people whose names you can't see actually because of being present here. Thank you so much for your lecture. I'm very inspired by your work. I really enjoyed reading your article in Org Studies, and it's very interesting also for me to hear you talk about how your use of ontology also changed as a result of your research interest, which I think is something we often don't really think about. We think of these kind of ontological commitments as being somewhat set in stone or supposed to be set in stone. And it's of course also a result of emerging research practice and research questions and research settings. And I'm also very interested in some of the questions around the senses. I'm currently editing actually a special issue on the role of the senses in management research for the journal Management Learning. So I think your work there has also been very helpful for us in kind of scoping out the literature on that. I have two questions actually. First of all, perhaps I wanted to say one thing to pick up on the anonymity question. There's a very useful article by Fine and Rothenberg in a journal called Ethnologie Française, which discusses how artists often don't want to be anonymized in the research, which both of you actually alluded to. So I could recommend that article. Perhaps I could share it later on. I'm not in this Zoom session, so I can't post it in the chat, but I'll find a way to get it to you. And there is an interesting edited volume coming out at Oxford University Press called Phenomenologies and Organization Studies, in which I actually have a chapter relying on the work of Kathleen Stewart. So I'm very interested also to hear you talk about that and kind of attempt to use her work on affect, but also on place to make some methodological suggestions. So those two things first. And the first question, so like you, I'm also working with a flat ontology, kind of inspired by Latour, doing mostly CCO research. And I study artists, so I often also deal with visual artifacts of different kinds. But I somehow keep coming back to this issue that, to a certain extent, the context or the field still does matter. So there is an important way in which something produced as an advertisement is different than an artwork. And for example, your work on craft, there is an important way in which the shoe is also the product. It's not so I think this is a question that I keep struggling with. So no matter how we are committed to a flat ontology, I don't want to use the word system or field or to sort of, a priori box things into different levels, but would you have a suggestion for how to account for the fact that the ways in which visual artifacts are produced and their aim, so to say, also matters?
That's a very good question, and I would very much like to read your chapter in the Phenomenologies book. If you might be able to send it to me, that would be great, or point me towards where I can access it. I think the short answer is no, and I think that you're absolutely right. And I struggled with this because I guess I hint at it at the end of that organization studies when I'm trying to talk about using the interview data, the way in which craft practices in certain settings have certain effective value, and then in other settings they are not accorded that value. So that's about the political economy of craft. If it's done in if bicycles are made in Southeast Asia, they're not labeled as craft bicycles, but they're made by people. You can't make a bicycle without hand assembling it. So there's a political aspect that I think we're in danger of overlooking through that micro, and I think probably in this evolving experimental journey of what I'm doing, that's like another sort of hurdle that maybe at some point either I or you or others of us will have to deal with, because I don't think it's an easy one.
Yeah, and then how to account for that. Yeah, thank you. It's a very good point. Yeah, that of course the geographical location and all sorts of charge we attach to that also really matters. Yeah. Is it okay for a second question?
Sarah?
I'm okay with it if Emma is okay with it, and then we can probably wrap it up. We had another question in the virtual room as well, but I also want to be mindful of Emma's time. So Emma, how are you feeling? No pressure.
I'm fine, but I want people to have a coffee break because I know how hard the Zooming thing is, but I'm sure we can squeeze 2 in if we're quick.
Okay, all right. Balkia, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be quick. The Think Power you mentioned by Jane Bennett, I read it, but really struggled to make sense of it empirically. And I suppose the question would be if you would have any advice for how to, because it seems to me that on the one hand it's very materialist inspired, so it's new materialist, but at the same time her notion of think power, there is also something I think you mentioned the word energetic also. There is something a bit non-empiricist or about it, which I struggle with. So I would be curious to hear any advice you have, or how you make, perhaps in relation to the bread or the craft work.
I find reading Jane Bennett and Rosie Braidotti's work and Karen Barad's especially really difficult. These are not easy books to read or understand or take things from. And I think the way it feels to me is that I grasp it maybe for a time and I find some elements in it that I can work with and take to an empirical level, and then other bits I can't. And so it's like an improvised resource, and you're constantly needing to go back to it, and maybe it looks different each time. They're not easy books, but I feel that there are certain aspects of them they're beyond human centricness, and their ethical sensibilities I find very appealing in terms of the theoretical possibilities. So I keep struggling. And if we have the chance to talk, then that would be great. The conversations I had with Sheena Vachani just helped me so much to understand.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you, Emma. So one last question from Pavel, and then we'll do a coffee break before the next session.
Okay, thank you. I hope I'm heard.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I don't have a question. I will. I just wanted to share something in the spirit of boundaries breaking. Emma, I'd like to bring to your attention something you probably know, but it's somehow it fits in this picture and it doesn't. Namely, the ancient Greeks were doing their mathematics visually by drawing circles. So that's worth sharing in this very spirit of breaking boundaries, because mathematics tend to be seen as cold 0-1 approaches. That's something I want to share. So, but that's not only the ancient Greeks, but also one of the most important theories, the nature of things, the nature of our understanding of the world can be shown by wave of hand. But as I suppose that's beyond this conversation. But perhaps for another time. But you mentioned that you have interest in politics of knowledge building. Now,
Yeah.
Tomorrow I have a short pitch, and there will be strong component of that. If you don't have time, I would be happy to discuss that, because I feel in a need for a discussion about this very topic.
Well, I'm happy to continue these discussions with any number of you, and I think that's what would happen naturally were we all in the same location, and it's very much a shame that we're not. But just in response to your observation there about mathematics and visualization, I think we have some false impressions of normal science as being non-visual and also non-experimental, and I've made arguments elsewhere, you know, in terms of knowledge production, the idea that that qualitative research is an imaginative process, and that quantitative research is a rational one, is a false dualism, because they have to be quite creative as well in a number of ways, including by working inductively, even though it's not always acknowledged. So I think we have to be cautious of those, and anything we can do to disrupt those common assumptions is a good thing.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody, for the questions. Thank you, Emma, for the presentation. I want to again be mindful of time and give everybody a little bit of time. So thank you, Emma, for such a fantastic presentation. We really appreciate your sharing your time as well as your insights with us today. Your presentation and also the discussion gave us a lot of things to think about. Some of things that we actually have been grappling since day first with the PhD students. So this is really great that you give us a lot to think about as well. So thank you again for connecting with the Entrepreneurship as Practice community. We hope to stay in touch with you and possibly even get to meet you in person very soon. So thank you.
That would be very nice. I look forward to it, and I'll see you in the sessions after the coffee break.
Great, thank you.
We'll be back at 11:30. See you soon.
Today. So we'll wait 2 more minutes until it's 10:30, and then we can get started. 11:30, and then we can get started.
I think we're all ready.
You are, but maybe not the people in the web, you know.
Yeah, yeah. There's also all those online people.
No, at the end, this is where my German side comes through. You know, Ordnung muss sein. So at 11:30 we start.
I was going to make a joke that that's a very German approach, but then I actually shut my mouth.
You see, Frederike. Yeah. Although I've learned that Germans sometimes tend to be over punctual. And here in Sweden, I've learned to become really punctual. That's a difference. So here it's like you have ±1 minute, and then how do you think about that, Henrik? Right?
The relative punctuality of Swedes and Germans.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think your punctuality is slightly exaggerated.
Yes. Okay, now my clock has shifted to 11:30 CET, so we are able to start the session. Welcome to this panel discussion on practicing and publishing practices and publishing EAP research and visual methods or multimodal methods in different journals, and I'm very happy about the panel that we have today. So in alphabetical order by last name, I welcome Dr. Henrik Berglund, who was very recently also appointed a full professor of entrepreneurship at Chalmers University of Technology. So congratulations to that, and welcome. He's also the founding editor-in-chief at a new journal that is called the Journal of Business Venturing Design. And I think this title can only be given once. So also congratulations to this new birth of the new sister journal. Welcome, Henrik.
Thank you.
We also have with us Dr. Renate Mayer. Dr. Renate Mayer is a professor for organization studies at WU Vienna and Copenhagen Business School, where I think she is at the moment visiting as well. She's the past division chair at the OMT division of the Academy of Management, and she is the current editor-in-chief of Organization Studies. So welcome, Renate. And then we have with us Dr. Frederike Welter. Dr. Frederike Welter, she is the head of the Institute for Mittelstandsforschung, the EFM, in Bonn, Germany. And she also holds a position as the professor of business administration, especially in SME management and entrepreneurship at the University of Siegen. She is the senior editor at Entrepreneurship Theory and Practice and has been with the journal, I think, for many, many years. So I'm very happy to have her here as well. Welcome, Frederike. The way we will organize this panel discussion is that we will have 2 parts mainly. So the first one is about ETP, really, EAP, Entrepreneurship as Practice, and what the editors see as potentials to publish research in their different journals. perhaps also talking about the potential pitfalls or what we as authors might tend to when submitting papers that claim to be entrepreneurship as practice. After that, we will have a short moment where you can ask questions from the audience, and then we will continue with the second part, picking up on our keynote this morning by Emma Bell, who was talking about visual methods, and we will slightly broaden the scope to ask the question and attend the question of in how far different journals can accommodate multimodal research practices and the presentation of findings in different forms than only text. So these are the two main parts for the discussion today. So as an introductory question, I would like to ask Frederike. ETP is a leading academic journal in entrepreneurship, and it has been there for many years and from the very beginning. What do you think are the trending discussions in entrepreneurship theory, and how can entrepreneurship as practice contribute to these discussions?
Thank you, Thomas. You actually made me go to the webpage of ETMP and check out, because there is probably a difference between what I think are the trending discussions and what are really trending discussions. And it's interesting to look at the webpage because what we have there is most read within the last 6 months, most cited within the last 2 or 3 years, and trending on altmetrics. So that's basically trending on social media. And when I look at the topics which I pick up there, I think one of the broad trends I see in there, and I may be biased here, is a trend towards looking at all phenomenon around everyday entrepreneurship, as we phrased it recently and previously in an editorial. It's topics which are very topical, having to do with the transformation that entrepreneurship actually has to undergo. So on the one side, more of the business and the economy transformation, like digital technologies, digital entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence, sustainabilities come up as a topic. But on the other hand, also loads of topics having to do with the persons or the teams within entrepreneurship. And here, very topical are issues around well-being, issues around passion, issues around, recently picked up an article, most read, something having to do with humor as well. Then a bunch of topics having more to do with how do we actually craft relevant research. A few editorials of ETP fall into that. So how can we make our research more relevant? And if I link that to entrepreneurship as practice, I think that directly speaks to what you want to achieve as well and what you're actually doing in your community also. And I've seen recently, and that also a bit of my hobby horse, because I'm always on the lookout for who's using new methods, new theories, or let's say new technologies. There's a really interesting article, people talking about gender stereotypes and using linguistic methods. And I think that is an upcoming trend to some extent in the Entrepreneurship Journal. And most recently, replication studies. So that's a very, very brief overview, sorting the different trends I see. And going back to the part which interests the community here, I see loads of possibilities where you can actually hook on and say, okay, this is what I'm tackling. I'm bringing in a different, either conceptual perspective or a different methodological perspective, or I have interesting research results which can actually add to the ongoing conversations. I'll leave it at that, Thomas. I'm sure we'll come back to some of the issues later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederike. Continuing on that, Henrik, I think it's quite interesting to perhaps see the contrast. How does your new journal fit into those ongoing discussions that are taking place in the more established journals? So what is your vision about JBVD?
Yeah, that's to be decided. I mean, the vision is there, I guess, but exactly, what it will become, I think is very much up to the community of scholars who publish and review and help me edit the journal. But the basic ambition is to, and this I think is very much in line with the entrepreneurship as practice kind of group here, is to think of to put it in fairly general terms, to think of entrepreneurship not so much as a kind of a descriptive science as a kind of a natural science, so to speak, but more of a kind of prescriptive or design-oriented science. So I mentioned yesterday being at a technical university and having an engineering background, that it's a fairly kind of natural distinction for me to make between natural science and engineering, where natural science is largely about, you know, describing and explaining the world, its mechanisms, its forces, its fields, all those things. Whereas engineering is more about, you know, constructing artifacts of various kinds. Of course, building on the insights of the natural sciences, but the ultimate purpose is to develop theory that supports design, the design of artifacts. So you can develop things like solution concepts or methods, or you know, methods of that kind. And in a certain sense, I think the journal Business Venturing Design will have that as its kind of ultimate aim, to try to develop more prescriptive knowledge. That doesn't mean that descriptive and explanatory research will not be published. I mean, you can take a kind of causal mechanism that someone claims to have discovered in the world, and if you can manipulate the independent variable with predictable results, you know, that can become a design principle, right? You know, if you have a mechanism X causes Y, and I can manipulate X with predictable results, that can very easily be turned into design principle. So there are lots of interesting ways in which more descriptive research and more design-oriented research can be related and build upon one another. But I think one of the kind of methodological aims of the journal should be to be more design-oriented and prescriptive and useful in that sense, like engineering relates to natural science. And I think this picks up on what Frederike said before, that you can see trends in ETP, apparently, that relevance is something people are concerned with, or editorials written about that. And I think we see those periodically throughout the history of management research, that we need to bridge the gap, and we need to gap the bridge, or, you know, we need to make what we do relevant to practitioners. And I think that is one of the kind of core missions of the journal. Then conceptually, I think you can conceptualize entrepreneurship as a form of design without being explicitly prescriptive. You know, you can research it and theorize it as a design process without being a kind of design scientist or an action researcher or anything like that. But yeah, I think, you know, those two things, both being more kind of akin to engineering, more prescriptively oriented and more design oriented, and also conceptually thinking of entrepreneurship as a design process, an artifact-centered design process, where the artifact in question is that thing that the entrepreneurs design, the venture, the startup, the business. I think those two summarize my vision for the journal.
Yeah. I think it also coincides with a lot of the research that we have seen in organization studies, to make the bridge here, because organization studies has, as we have seen yesterday in a keynote by Paul Spee, is by far the most relevant and the major outlet for practice studies or practice-based research in general, both within the field of organizational theory, but also in combination with other management theories, such as the strategy as practice movements or management theories. So we've seen that most of the research is actually published in org studies. So I wonder, Renate, why do you think that is? How have you turned org studies into such an open journal for practice theories?
Well, I mean, organization studies looks at organizations organizing and the organized, and practice theories are, I would say, very strong in many strands of organization theory these days. So practice theories, process theories, etc., are kind of key components. We have, as you said, published a lot in strategy as practice. We are publishing a lot practice-based approaches, and also entrepreneurship as practice papers. So you will find several of the papers, and I mean, I can see many authors here that I know from whatever publishing and their papers that you have sent to us. We also had a special issue in February that you may be aware of by Daniel Hjort on a topic of interest to your organizational and institutional entrepreneuring processes and practices in creating an organized world. So yes, this is very important for us. This is an important theme for us. I think that there's a lot of space there to publish work in that direction in our journal. What I see though is that the space is getting crowded and maybe also a bit diluted, because practice theories, as I said, there's a huge strand, but there's also very different traditions of practice theory that we find. So practice theories are getting more and more a big tent with very different approaches, from, I don't know, observing activities to patterned activities, to Schatzky's then maybe ways of looking at whole kind of spheres of the world in terms of practice, daily figure structures and so on. So that's kind of a crowded place. So maybe when we talk about what makes it makes a practice-based paper relevant for our journal, means that you need to do a lot more refining than maybe you had to do several years ago in order to make a contribution there. So I think of entrepreneurship as practice, and when you describe entrepreneuring as relational, material, processual, how practices are embodied, placed, positioned, the temporality of it, you tick kind of a lot of keywords that current organization research is about, which is in a way good, because it gives you lots of opportunities to link and connect, but it's also kind of a challenge to find the right conversation and to link to that conversation in a specific way, and not in a very general way of not trying to touch it all and whatever seeing and looking at this in too many concepts and too many complex conversations that people are trying to address. So what I think is where I would perhaps like to see more, or what I would like to see is, of course, rich empirical studies, interesting contexts. I think that crises abound where these things could be studied. There's also very interesting industries like arts, the arts, crafts, etc. that would be really important. Mediatized interactions and practices, and that's probably where digitalization, etc. comes in. So what does that do? How does that change practices? And I would personally be curious how you study absences and see things like the things that do not happen out there, and what the relevance of these kind of non activities are in many contexts. So the study of absences. With regard to entrepreneurship, I think like there's two main ways I see the field approaching. That's one is that you actually study entrepreneurship practices and entrepreneurship as the kind of an entrepreneurship field and discipline. With papers that do that, for our journal, they would need an organizational component. So organizations or organizing. If it is sort of really purely entrepreneurship, then sometimes it's a bit difficult to see whether they wouldn't fit better into an entrepreneurship journal than into an organization studies journal. If you study entrepreneuring as aspects of like emerging practices or changing practices in establishing order or establishing, organizing, etc., then of course organization studies is a more natural home. So if you look at entrepreneuring as something as a type of practice in that way, while like entrepreneurship as a field has its own journals. So that's maybe for me as a start.
Thank you, Renate. I think we can pick up on this last point that you said, because I can only suspect that it's a common question that many authors have. When I write my paper, and most of us are perhaps in entrepreneurship context, as you say, how do you then make the distinction between should this go to org studies or should this go to ETMP, for instance? I mean, what would you advise, Renate, to authors when they want to submit a paper? What has to be in there that you, as an editor who receives this paper on your desk, would say, yes, this has enough organization in it?
I mean, I think that of course there's a gray zone there, and it's often a difficult decision to make. But a very kind of rule of thumb is what is the conversation that this paper is kind of engaging with and contributing to, and like if that conversation takes place in an organization journal, be that organization studies or organization or any kind of organization journal, then it's a more natural way to send it to an organization journal. Well, if the whole conversation is purely in entrepreneurship journals, then as an author, this may kind of be an indicator that they're either trying to break completely new ground here, or that maybe the natural home of this paper is somewhere else. So it's more a question of the conversation that this paper actually engages with and where that takes place.
So, I mean, would it then mean, Frederike, perhaps that the label that we are using, entrepreneurship as practice, should perhaps find more of a conceptual home in entrepreneurship journals? No? I mean, Frederike, do you think that, are there any sort of traces that you see papers labeled entrepreneurship as practice being submitted to ETMP, and what do you look for in there then?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. First of all, I agree with what Renate said. It's the conversations you speak to, and that is also my most important criterion in picking journals for my own articles. But whether it's like when you have an EAP paper, whether you should submit that to ETMP or whether I have seen EAP papers going through my inbox, actually I cannot say that. Because the papers I look for, when I know that the last I've actually assigned to associate editors, when I actually look at what I have assigned, I think there are issues and traces of practice in there, but I haven't yet seen a paper which was deliberately framed or made a note to, okay, this comes out of the entrepreneurship as practice community. And I don't think that is neither a hindrance nor is it a requirement for submitting to ETMP, because what we are looking for is original conception. And I'm reading that from, I just printed the aims and scope because I thought that was interesting for you. Publish original conceptual and empirical research that contributes to the advancement of entrepreneurship. And that is broad enough to give home to very many papers, as long as they actually have something to contribute to what entrepreneurship theory and practice is about in the journal, what's the conversations in there. And I think your journals will find a home, or maybe have already found a home in there as well. Yeah, but I haven't come across a paper which gone through my desk, which I've actually distributed on or handled deliberately saying, okay, this is an EAP paper. I'm wondering whether that is required or whether this EAP isn't more of an understanding how you actually understand entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial and how entrepreneurship happens and who's actually partaking in that, which will give fresh insights to ETP as a journal as well.
Oh, I muted myself. Does it mean that perhaps the claim to do practice research should be almost something that appears in the method section, where you say that, well, we apply it as an onto-epistemological lens and we study the practices of entrepreneurs to understand entrepreneurship theory X or entrepreneurship phenomenon Y?
I don't think there is one way of doing that, yeah, because the way I understand how your community works, and some of the work I've seen from that is that it could be a method issue. So it could be a novel methodological approach, actually providing new insights. It could be the findings and the contributions. So it could actually giving us a novel lens onto, let's say, old age phenomenon, yeah, or also onto actually provide us with some new phenomenon entrepreneurship research needs to take into account. And it could be like a conceptual lens. I don't think there is one best way. It very much actually depends on what is the topic of your particular study and the topic of your particular research. And I'm not sure whether you framed your community in a way that you're saying it's only methodological or it's only conceptual theoretical. I never understood, from the little I know of what I've seen and by talking to Bill Gardner, I never understood the community as only methods or only theories, yeah, but rather being open. And that, for me, that is the charm of what you can bring to the entrepreneurship discussions as well, because you bring different insights. And if you frame a paper like that, I'm definitely a senior editor. I promise you, I scan all papers and look whether they should be a desk reject or whether they are worth of going to one of the associate editors. And if someone promises something novel, yeah, then it's a send out.
Henrik, how do you think about this issue now with your new journal?
The issue of what?
In terms of what do you look for in an entrepreneurship? If a practice-based paper reaches your desk, what do you look for? What does it sort of have to have, or what would you attend to?
Yeah, I think, you know, as I said before, something that has as its ultimate aim to actually, you know, aid the entrepreneurial, the entrepreneur or someone else involved in entrepreneuring in doing it. Something that is more kind of design oriented. So if you for instance describe entrepreneurial practices of various kinds, anything from kind of pitching to working with prototypes or to engaging stakeholders of various kinds, if that is done in a more descriptive sense, I would like to see the author also extract more normative prescriptive conclusions out of that. So one thing could be to kind of propose design principles almost. Okay, so this is what we've seen in our study of pitching practices, you know, and from this we not only have like a paragraph or two in the end of, you know, these are the implications for policy or practice, but rather try to actually spend some time developing design principles that in the future could perhaps even be field tested and further refined. So to, even if you do a more kind of traditional descriptive practice research study, I would like it to be kind of permeated by, and especially ending up in a more explicitly design oriented result, you know, that you try to move it in that direction. But I would be, though, perfectly fine with publishing quite traditional, or traditional might be the wrong word, but more purely descriptive research if it's very carefully done and if it addresses the phenomenon of entrepreneurship as design. But I would probably look for that type of conclusion as well, as I said before, to try to glean more prescriptive and design oriented principles for how you can actually implement and do this. Again, akin to what you might see in an engineering journal. You do lots of descriptive research there as well, but everyone knows that the ultimate aim is to aid the profession, you know, to do things that ultimately will be of use to the practicing engineer who is trying to construct a new microprocessor or a car or, you know, battery or whatever. So the tent is broad. Descriptive and explanatory research is welcome, but the ultimate aim should be more prescriptive and instrumental. That's how I would frame it.
The question is whether this is alignable with the onto-epistemological assumptions of practice theories, right? I mean, how would you think about this, Renate? Do you think that a practice paper can be descriptive or prescriptive? Sorry.
I mean, I guess any paper can be descriptive or prescriptive, and that doesn't really kind of naturally judge the value of a paper. It's a question, I guess, more than what the audience for a particular paper is, and thereby which journal the best home for this paper is. So it's not a value judgment or whatever, I think, concerning the value of the paper and the relevance of the paper. If certain journals say like, well, that's probably not so much for our audience, but better for a different audience. So I mean, the organization studies as a journal, and we are interested in theory development, so conceptual development, conceptual contributions, etc. So purely descriptive papers probably have a hard time sort of being published in the journal, which again, I would say that doesn't mean that I do not think that these papers are useful and valuable and highly relevant. So that doesn't sort of judge the value of these papers at all. But it's not what the journal is so much looking for. If that answers your question. So we are more into developing theory out of the data that our papers use, and therefore the work cannot be purely descriptive, but it has to be analytic, and then kind of taking it further and seeing what the conceptual ways are that this paper can advance what we're doing.
Yeah, just to clarify what I said before, when I said descriptive research, I didn't mean to imply that those papers are just, you know, describing something and not doing any theory development. It's more that in the design science tradition and kind of in more engineering oriented disciplines, there are more kind of design science research, which is not descriptive, right? You basically try to formulate some sort of intervention and you evaluate it in practice, and that's not description. That is more kind of what you might want to call action research sometimes, or design science, or intervention research. So that's the distinction I was trying to make. Of course, what we are welcoming are more descriptive research, which is, I think, the bulk of research in management, where you kind of describe some sort of process and you theorize and analyze based on that. And we would be very open to that as well, as long as it either addresses the phenomenon of entrepreneurship as a form of design, or very explicitly tries to draw out more design science oriented implications out of that.
It was a discussion that we had also during the PhD consortium, and Berglund, for instance, in his keynote address there, stated that he would like to see more papers sort of tuning down almost on the idea of always having to theorize from the data, and maybe welcoming more descriptive papers, as we also perhaps see in anthropology and in other fields where they have the thick descriptions and the ethnographies. So what would your advice be there? How can an author find the middle ground, so to speak, perhaps? That's an open question. Frederike, perhaps, yeah.
It's an open question, Frederike.
Yeah, well, I just saw that Frederike was about to say something. That's how I looked at it. You know? So.
Yeah, but it's an interesting question, because I think I agree with Berglund to the extent of that theory is overloaded with meaning. Yeah, and when you basically think of I read the description of what ETP is looking for, because the word theory does not occur in the description. What is the main aim? Because it says conceptual and empirical research contributing to the advancement of entrepreneurship. because I have similar discussions with doctoral students and postdocs all the time. What is theory? What is it, what we are looking for to contribute? And if we actually understand, okay, we have a phenomenon and we describe the phenomenon in empirical terms, and we have, like, let's say, a conceptual frame, because probably we don't pick a phenomenon which has not yet been written about. This may be very difficult in today's world. So we actually see the phenomenon differently coming from our results, and what we then do, we do not just describe, and this is where I would challenge what Bill said as well, but we go a bit further and we try to see what is it that we add from our results to what's been said about this phenomenon so far. Yeah, and then, so I deliberately leave out the word I'm theorizing from results, but what I'm doing is actually I'm looking at what am I contributing to what's been said about this phenomenon so far, what is novel about the way I contribute. And then theory gets a totally different meaning, because it could mean that we have very narrow theorizing, we have meta theories, or we have overarching theories. But it's more like looking, what do my results tell me when I look at an existing conversation, and what is it that I'm contributing? So I would actually agree with Bill to the extent of that we need to go and look into our results very deeply, and not just simply say, because one of the issues why I actually desk reject articles is that I get implications and conclusions at the end which have nothing to do with what's been said empirically and as conceptual frame. So it always looks like an add-on, tagged on, and I think it's partly our maybe our fault to a certain extent as well, because we so adding on, okay, you need to theorize from your results, but I basically would actually understand theorizing at a very low level, start from that and look at what is it that you add, what is new about that, what is surprising. Have you kind of been able to question some of the results which have been out and actually have been used as theories as well? I've done lots of research in Central and Eastern Europe in emerging market economies, and that told me to look at some of what's out here in entrepreneurship research from a Western perspective very critically, and it was just little tiny bits we could add to that. Is that theorizing? I'm not sure, but it's like contributing something. So contributing to the conversation would be my take on that.
Would the others agree?
Well, I think I didn't hear what Gartner said, but I don't like the idea of trying to emulate some ideal ethnographer and be completely atheoretical in your descriptions. That's impossible. And I think if you kind of pretend to do that, I think you're in problematic terrain. You always have a perspective. I mean, all your descriptions are underdetermined by the data that you observe. You always bring something to it, and if you think that you're going to be completely atheoretical in doing that, what you're going to do is just bring your biases to bear on your results, but not acknowledge it either yourself or to others. So I think that's a really bad idea. On the other hand, I think it's equally bad to, apply a framework, which I think many people often do when they do theory. You're so closely tethered or attached to a particular theory that you view everything through that lens. And by doing that, you tend to not notice interesting nuances and alternative interpretations in your data. So if that's what Bill meant, don't be too attached to theories and theoretical frameworks. Allow the data to kind of speak to you, but don't go all the way to just pretend that the data speaks for itself. Then I think it's probably good advice. I think both those extremes are bad, and how to navigate that, how to write interesting contributions and draw interesting inferences from your data. It's a craft. It's something you develop over time. And I think to a great extent, it's about being familiar with not only the one conversation that you want to contribute to or the one conceptual framework that you want to apply, but to be aware of a multitude of such conversations and theories and try to combine them into something that's actually interesting. So both extremes of kind of top down, apply something and just view it through that lens, or try to be a naive anthropologist or ethnographer and just describe purely, I think are pretty bad.
Renate, were you going to say something before?
I mean, I think I agree with what Henrik and Frederike said. The atheoretical field work is probably a myth, so it cannot happen, because we bring the theory to the field and we see things that we see. Maybe I mean, I'm totally open also to quantitative work, testing hypothesis, so that's equally fine for the journal if that is whatever laid open. But if the idea is that it's qualitative work that tries to find new ways of looking at things, generate new insights, then I would say that it's great to have, I mean, you need rich data and you need to let the data speak to you. So you have certain theories, be reflective and aware of it. But if there is all the cases where everything that works out so neatly, like, and people always find what they kind of had in their conceptual framework, that I find highly suspicious, because that never happened to me in my entire career, that the data did what I expected it to do. So if there is not kind of something that kind of throws you out of your trajectory, then you probably find the Easter eggs that you have hidden yourself now that the feast is coming up. And that's the worst thing I think that research can do. So in terms of whatever theory and theorizing, of course, these are big words, but maybe if we break it down, that you want to generate insights through these studies. You want insights that are interesting, that are not only whatever finding what everybody else has said before, but that these insights are genuine. But they have to be, in a way, they have to be useful for other people as well in other situations. So in a certain way, you have to take them out of the empirical context where they were generated and help the readers kind of understand where else they could maybe even expect to find something similar or see something similar, or in what other contexts these insights could be helpful. Because of course, like, every situation is novel, and if you're purely idiosyncratic for one particular situation and nothing else, then maybe it's a bit too narrow and too empirical. But yeah, let's say we generate insights that are useful for others rather than developing big theories or something.
I think that's an issue. You see sometimes that people say, "Oh, my particular case is so unique and wonderful that it doesn't, generalize to anything." I mean, if that's where you end, then you're not doing research. The whole, I would say that's basically a kind of necessary demand that you place on someone who claims to do scholarly work, is to actually generalize in some way. Doesn't mean that you generalize statistically, but to some sort of, as Renate said, how could this be transferred to other locations? What similarities can I see? What fundamental mechanisms are here? Are there patterns that I think would be likely to occur in other places? And some people, and this kind of raises an interesting kind of challenge in doing good research, I think, is that in order to actually be able to draw out interesting insights from rich data, you need to be very well read theoretically. And I think I often see people who are doing kind of, action research and that type of thing. Oh, we're out in a company doing these workshops and it's extremely interesting and so many things happen there, but it's impossible to generalize and write up, and the journals won't publish my single case study. And I see wonderful single case studies being published in organization studies and other journals. The difference between those people who are complaining that this can't be published and the people who actually do wonderful research is that those people who do the wonderful research are extremely well read theoretically and are able to kind of pick out interesting themes in this rich data. So I think often it's a bit of a cop out for people who are not doing the work of learning the theories when they claim that things aren't generalizable and you can't say anything beyond the case. That's my bias, at least, and I think I've seen quite a bit of. I think I've seen this trend quite clearly in people who say that this stuff can't be published. It's just that they don't know the theories.
To add something to what Henrik just said, yes, generalizing from whatever data you have. I just want to pick out one point here. I do think it's not just about the similarities, but we can learn as much about where are the differences or the outliers. And you can have the outliers both in quantitative and in qualitative research. And I'm always surprised when I read through a paper and what stuck out immediately is, okay, they have a really interesting discussion of, okay, let's say qual paper, they have really interesting outliers to what I know are the common assumptions about how things should function. But what they talk about is the more boring similarities, while they kind of forget the outliers. So I just want to make a call for when you analyze papers, take a look at the outliers as well, because I think we learn a lot from what's different and what are the variations. Basically, I'm just reiterating Bill. I think he said that in the 1980s already, that we should care for the variations. And when you look at the EAP community, I think you discover loads of outliers and not just similarities in the research you do as well.
But the thing is, just riffing on what Frederike said, that I would say is one way of generalizing, right? It's like, okay, I observed the black swan in New Zealand, you know, that allows me to generalize in the sense that I can refute this perceived to be general theory about all swans being white. So observing an anomaly or observing a counterfactual is an excellent way to theoretically generalize. So, yeah.
And I think it's a very good reconciliation with what Bill said in the PhD consortium as well, because he emphasized at the one hand side, yes, perhaps we need a bit more thick descriptions, but one of his emphasis was also novelty. So I think that was the continuation throughout what you've said. It's like, what new are you adding? Is there, because we look at this thick description, this case, do we learn something new about it? And to which discussion can it contribute? I also am a bit aware of time, so I want to open for questions from the audience at this point. I saw Jared Damon had a question in the chat. You're also welcome to verbalize it in the virtual sphere if you like, Jared.
Yes, sorry everyone, it's dinner time here in Australia, so I'm kind of eating in the background. Yeah, no, I was more asking around kind of, are there patterns in the type of scholarship that's emerging, kind of relevant to this community, and the kind of outlets it's emerging in as a way to seed the conversation and then move into more mainstream outlets, and maybe more for Henrik, whether that was kind of an objective in establishing the new journal as a way to try and kind of foster those sort of conversations, provide new forums for having those, and then, you know, making them more mainstream over time.
Yeah, that was absolutely it. I hope to just completely take over ETP and JBV and all those and make them into design journals. No, seriously. I think there's been way too little of practically useful research. I mean, when I talk to colleagues who are teaching entrepreneurship, and as we all know, there's great demand for teaching entrepreneurship to MBAs and to master students. Very few people apply their own research when doing that. You know, they pull down the Lean Startup by Eric Ries or the Startup Owner's Manual by Steve Blank or some similar book written by a practitioner, and that's basically what people teach, and they kind of grudgingly admit to doing so, and I think that is a huge problem. I think there is lots of value in trying to understand entrepreneurship as a design process. You actually design a venture, an organization, or whatever. You know, you design something new, and I think it's not only really important that we as scholars do what these practitioners, Eric Ries and Steve Blank and all those people, cannot do. that we can spend 5-10 years thinking hard about the problem and developing more kind of grounded insights around these processes and activities. But I also think it's extremely conceptually fertile ground to look at these processes of actually it's related to things like emergence and transformation and acting under uncertainty and acting without clear goals, that type of thing. So yeah, the idea with the journal was definitely to seed that tradition in entrepreneurship and to make fewer people run correlations between number of patents and VC funding raised and try to do more useful stuff.
Let's maybe shift attention to the room in Amsterdam. Are there any questions there?
I have a question. Yeah, Neil Thompson here. I have a question that's a challenge that I faced before in the past, and I just wanted to bring it up. Can you see me? Yeah, okay. It's come up in the past with me and my own adopting practice theories as much as a sensibility as anything in some sense. It's kind of a way of adopting a way of looking at the world, and then you can use that to investigate new phenomena or phenomena in a different way and connect that to current conversations like everybody's been mentioning to have a really nice impact on existing research. But the problem I have oftentimes is a pushback against just the practice theory sensibility to begin with. And I find that there's a hard time of a decision of how much to educate my reviewers on what the sensibility is in the paper itself or in the review process. And then it's always quite of a challenge if people are confused or uneasy with a practice theory sensibility, how to deal with that kind of more meta issue or even like a cultural difference sometimes with reviewers. And if there's any strategies or ideas on how to deal with that more fundamental problem sometimes.
I've been talking so much, so.
I think that it relates a bit to a question I was about to ask Renate as well, because when I said what made you so successful in terms of getting practice theories out, I think that how do you manage the review process and who do you have as reviewers as a resource and so forth? Perhaps you can talk about that.
I think when practice theories are closely related to theories of organizing, are closely related to process theories, work on space often and temporalities, the relationality is a huge importance and so on. So as I was saying in the beginning, you tick a lot of boxes of concepts and constructs that are relevant and important in many traditions. So what I sort of look at in papers in the beginning, if the positioning is clear enough, because to say that this is a practice theory paper is not clear enough anymore, I guess. And you can have a perfect conceptual soup with only practice ingredients in it, and then you confuse the readers and the reviewers, of course. So given the success of practice theories in the last decade, I would say, makes it necessary to position the paper far more clearly than that maybe used to be a while ago. And it happens with successful theories, the same with institutional theory papers. It's not enough to say this is an institutional theory paper. You need to clearly specify which branch, which conversation within that, what is it that you're talking about. And so I think that if that is not clear enough from the beginning, then you may kind of get reviewers who sort of are maybe in different areas of practice theory even. But that positioning, I think, is essential in the beginning. Then how do we manage? And I mean, what do we look for then when we see the paper? I mean, practice, the theory method data fit is really important, because if you do practice theory and you have practice papers, you need a particular type of papers. Now, Neil, I know that you don't have that problem because you have sort of several papers and that, but that is a more kind of general way I'm talking about it, that sometimes people sort of say, okay, oh, I also contribute to practice theory, but then they don't have any type of data that could actually look at that. So that is important. And how we then deal with it is, I mean, you've met Paul at the keynote. We have senior editors who are practice theorists, and you know that, and papers that kind of pass my desk and go to a particular senior editor who would, I'm sure, find adequate reviews for you. But it's also a bit of a signaling that's on the side of the author that you need to do in order to position yourself to help the editor find the right reviewers. And if there's the wrong reviewers on the paper, then that also kind of shows the author maybe that something went wrong with this positioning in the beginning, because no editor sends out a paper to reviewers where she doesn't think that they are experts in that area. That would be a waste of the time of the reviewers too, and not only a waste of the paper, because I mean, if we don't want the paper, then we would discourage it in the first place. So it doesn't go into the review process without the best intentions on the side of the editors to find the right people to look at it. So I think that maybe goes both ways then, but it may have to do a lot with sort of unclear kind of anchoring or unclear positioning in the beginning.
I think if I may specify perhaps also Neil's problem to make it more concrete, perhaps. For me as an author, I also sometimes have the struggle that, well, there is perhaps a discussion in entrepreneurship about networking in entrepreneurship. So this will be a part of my framing. At the same time, I want to say, well, I look at networking from a practice perspective. And I think then sometimes the issue happens that the paper will be assigned to a reviewer who is an expert in networking and entrepreneurship, but perhaps doesn't have the feeling or doesn't see the value of using a practice approach. I think that's one of the struggles that might oftentimes happen in the particular situation of entrepreneurship, where there is almost like an entrepreneurship X organization X practice theory, right? Where we have to sort of have many balls up in the air at the same time.
But Thomas, what you can do in that practical case is actually write in the cover letter how you see the framing of your paper, because I appreciate cover letters from authors, not suggesting reviewers, but basically saying that you try to marry two different perspectives. And if I see in the paper, I fully agree with Renate on the way I look at papers, whether they are ready to be sent out. That will help me to find other reviewers, because I normally look for people who are good on the method used in the paper, for people who are good on the theory used in the paper, and maybe others who are more particular to one topic. And Neil, whether you should have the conversation out with the reviewers, I think that I would leave that to your discretion. It might actually be a bad point in some review discussions, and might actually work to your favor in others. But you can also, in ETP, you can also always get back to your editor, to the handling editor, if you're in doubt of how the paper is coming across. And editors normally in their decision letter give some guidance as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Frederike. I have seen some people being aware of that we should perhaps switch to the next part of the discussion, also concerning visual methods and multimodal methods. So I would like to take the people, Judith and Inge, who are questions now, save them for the end. If we have the time, we can bring them back up, okay? Otherwise, feel free to post them in the chat and we can keep them. And I guess we are a crowd of people, so other people might have answers as well. So let's switch a bit gears here, not necessarily gears, but topics. This morning, we heard a wonderful keynote by Professor Emma Bell, who has conducted a lot of research on visual studies and visual methods. And I know that you, Renate, are also have been publishing and talking about the issue of multimodality for a very long time. So practice theorists also want to attend the embodiment and the materiality of things, and we capture things in many ways, including audio, picture, video. Renate, since you have the experience here also as an author, what advice can you offer to scholars who would like to publish multimodal research?
Well, I envy you. I would have loved to hear Emma's keynote in the morning. So, well, what advice can I give you? I mean, multimodal aspects of a paper can appear in various kind of parts of the paper, and I think that if you work with multimodality, you should be sure to where your main contribution is and where multimodality comes in. So is multimodality something that you would use as a conceptual framework? So is your contribution to multimodality? In that case, probably you would publish in Discourse and Society or whatever in a journal that is not necessarily an organization or a management journal. Is multimodality something that's a conceptual aspect that you add, that you bring in maybe to talk about practices or whatever temporalities or whatever it is? So is that something that you bring in as a second literature? Then it's the question, like, what is your main conversation that you're contributing to? Is multimodality something that appears in the methods part of the paper? So is it that you use other types of data, like visual data or non-only verbal text data, videos, etc.? And then, so that's a different part of the paper. Then you would need to justify clearly sort of what this particular type of data can do that other types of data will not do, like you justify with any kind of data that you use. But I think it has to be clear which kind of, where in the paper does multimodality appear. And I find that when I get papers that is sometimes unclear. So the fact that you use visuals or other types than verbal text per se is not a contribution. So you would have to be clear what is your what are the main insights. So then my one advice, if you use multimodality, then be aware that you need more space to describe what you're actually doing. It is still the case, unless you are in a community where everybody is versed in multimodality, which in most journals is not yet the case. So be aware that for certain parts of the paper, you need more space to describe what you're actually doing, why you're actually doing what you're doing. We always hear in the review process that people say, like, show, don't tell. So there's like, show the data, don't tell what you're seeing. That, of course, is not always easy with multimodal studies. You can do it with visuals, but it starts getting difficult with moving pictures. Like whatever a video then is getting already difficult in the data to show it. And if you think of olfactory kind of other modes even, then how do you show that whatever the way a smell kind of in a particular room affects practices and so on is relevant. So that's really difficult. So that is a challenge for this kind of aspect of show, don't tell, and sort of the more you move away from traditional data, the more difficult it gets. What is a challenge often in a very practical sense is that our papers normally are verbal texts. So you need to translate back into verbal texts things that you actually maybe saw in visuals or things that videos, etc. showed. So this translation back means you need to switch modes. I haven't really seen many graphic essays or purely graphic essays published in our journals. Would love to see one, but these kind of things are maybe more a challenge. And then there's still a lot of copyright issues that we have to deal with on a very practical level. Only, I mean, if you use verbal text, we have our styles of referencing with quotation marks, and you kind of say like where you're taking it from. With visual data, this is far more difficult still, because many publishers are not willing to publish them unless you can present copyrights or agreements from the people, which is often ridiculous and really difficult to get, whatever, especially in, I don't know, historical data, or sometimes if there's pictures where you cannot even figure out who holds the copyright on these things. And then so there's something maybe that we as a community need to push further to kind of get the publishers publish these things for academic purposes. And then like clearly ethics committees, ethics approval, etc., with all whatever photos, videos, etc., that people take during the research process, because there is anonymity agreements, and you can change people's names, but it's not really easy to change their whatever appearance if you have taken a photo. So you can pixel whatever, but it still becomes visible most of the time. What ethnic background, gender, etc. And if you pixel out all these kind of things, then maybe not a lot remains. So that's kind of maybe for a start, and now I let others add, and if you have questions, I come back.
It also resonates with a lot that Emma Bell was talking about, especially copyrights and pixeling things, and sometimes even not wanting to pixel things, and the research participating not even requesting anonymity, but wanting to be out there, which is apparently also something that particularly crafts entrepreneurs like to be non-anonymized in the papers. They want to represent their craft, for instance, who they are. I mean, I would like to ask Henrik, you've published the AMR focusing on or emphasizing the role of artifacts. Also the book chapter now emphasizes the role of artifacts. And now we've heard, you know, authors want to put more more visuals, photos into the journals. How do you plan to accomplish this? How do you plan to implement the artifacts in a paper, in a text?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at, as Renate said, I mean, pictures are not very problematic, and you see those already in the journals. And I think that will go a long way. And I agree very much with what Renate said, that it can't be like a little kind of thing for itself to have exciting new media in your publications. It has to kind of be deserved. You know, it has to be relevant for the argument that you make. And I think very often you can simply use pictures and text to report on what you found. I mean, there are lots of disciplines where you have all kinds of exciting experiments and explosions and things like that. You don't need to have film clips of those explosions to be able to say what happened. You know, you can describe them in various ways. In a more practical sense, editorial manager, you know, is not the easiest piece of software to work with. So I hope I don't have to do too much innovative, you know, adding of media. But you know, in the context of the particular journal, we'll just deal with it as it emerges. And if it's motivated to have video or something like that, we will try to deal with it through supplementary materials hosted somewhere on the site. But you know, it's not the best software, so I hope can push needing to do that a bit in the future. But in general, I don't foresee it being very necessary to many arguments. I mean, you can work with video and conversation analysis and all kinds of things, but you don't necessarily need to include it in your reporting. You can write it up in a convincing way. It goes against the show don't tell point that Renate was making, but in my experience, pictures and text go a very long way. But
also sometimes problematic. I think one of the discussions we had was especially about olfactory. how do you translate that into a text? It's very difficult. Emma was talking about, she was smelling the shoes and smelling the workshop, smelling the leather, and that's very, very difficult to accomplish.
But then I would perhaps come back with the question: what's the value added of describing the particular experience you had? Can't you just say that these shoes smelled funky or whatever and be happy with that? You know,
it was new shoes. It was new shoes, Henrik.
New shoes, yeah. But then you can say that the kind of new car smell or new shoe smell or something like that. I mean, it goes back to what Renate said before. What is the value added of including that level of detail? And I think it's not always required. I mean, sometimes I think it's really interesting and valuable to see it. I think of this. Lucy Suchman recording Xerox PARC researchers trying to operate the copying machine and, being frustrated and swearing. And I think, that reinforced the point that she was making about, rules and action. But she probably could have published on that. And she did, of course, without including the video. The video added something, but I don't think it was necessarily essential.
Oh, Emma raised her hand. Let's bring her in. I think she's here, so please.
Yeah. I'm also sorry to have missed the keynote this morning, so perhaps I'm just repeating or contradicting things I shouldn't.
No, I just wanted to come back on something which connects to Renate's observations about what the visual adds. And I've done both, Henrik. I've written articles where I've referred to videos, for example, and simply, interpreted them linguistically. And I do think there is a difference, and the main difference is about what the visuals do that's different in terms of how communication happens. It's pre-discursive meaning. So it's before it's been articulated linguistically. And there are certain differences in what type of communication happens in that sense. It's more affective is a core one. Affective beyond emotional, but collective affects that are generated, maybe atmospheres and so on. So for me, I could say what the shoes smelt like, but there are things that are effectively generated by those other senses that are pre-discursive and thus different. We do not overlay them with our interpretation. We respond and encounter them, if I may say that. So I think that is a reason. It's then requires interpretation. It's not enough just to show, but the showing is important for me. So that's why I return to it.
No, I can definitely see the value of that. But I mean, and this is not something I thought super deeply about, since I haven't done kind of video ethnography or those types of methods myself. But in principle, is there a difference between using video, for instance, to convey something very subtle and very kind of pre-discursive, as you say, and this idea that I'm doing a single case study in such depth that it's really hard to summarize in language what I experienced on the site. I mean, both of them are about the nuances of a particular situation and the kind of problems of capturing the entire richness of that situation and that experience in text. And I think, since what we do is theory, basically, we develop concepts and theories. Aren't they kind of isomorphic? Aren't those challenges similar in a sense, or do you see there's something qualitatively different with media, as opposed to being yourself in a situation and reporting on it?
I mean, maybe perhaps to pick on that, Henrik, my question that I have sometimes is theory always text? Because we tend to say that theory is text, or perhaps, a couple of boxes and with text in it, and with a couple of arrows, that's theory. But isn't also a theory, and that's perhaps what Emma was trying to say here, is that when I, as an entrepreneur, review the product and I do a quality check, I need to feel it, I need to sort of sense it, and this embodied sensing of the object, of saying, yes, this fulfills the quality criteria or not, that is not very difficult to put into a textual representation. Renate, please.
Well, maybe to come back to the discussion a bit before, I think what we need to realize is that when you study practices, that these practices in the world out there, they are constituted in a multimodal way. And what most research does is focus only on one mode. And that's kind of by whatever, focusing on the verbal mode and the spoken language, but not on the other things. So I think in order to actually capture what is going on out there, you need to be aware of other modes as well. You need to be aware of what that kind of whatever smell did to constitute the practice. What whatever layout did, what all the other modes contributed. So it's not only sort of, and that's what I mean when it comes into the conceptual part of the paper, not only as data. And you say like, do you whatever observe, do you make field notes only in a written way, or do you take field photos, etc.? Do you try to whatever ask people about things, or do you ask them to elicit photos, etc.? So that these are different things in the research process, but to acknowledge that the practices are essentially multimodal out there, I think is an important start. And then we can kind of start to discuss how to address this in the research that we're doing. But the fundamental acknowledgement has to be at the beginning. And then, of course, we always have to whatever make do with what we can actually whatever collect in terms of data, analyze in terms of data, bring to the paper in the end of the data. But if that fundamental first acknowledgement is there, then we are aware of at least what we are not capturing, maybe, and that's an important start. So I think that is an essential thing, and that has to be acknowledged in the very beginning. In terms of the models, etc., that we do, I think that theorizing is verbal or visual. So I think it's not tied to a particular mode, the theorizing. So we describe in our papers verbally what the consequences, the contributions are, what we see, but there's also all kind of tables and models, etc., that we make. With the models that we make and the figures, I would just caution people, of course the world is complex, but bring into the model only what you actually whatever discuss in the paper, and not like try not to cover the whatever essential complexity of the world, because if in your model everything is related to everything in the end, and it's not, arrows have causalities, but then it's reverse arrows as well, and so on, then it's not really a helpful model, a helpful visualization at all, and better than skip it if it's like more confusing than anything else.
Frederike, please.
Really interesting discussion. Just to add to that 2 points. One, I don't think it matters whether theorizing is only text or whether it's a picture or something like that. The way we phrase it at the moment is we verbalize theories. So we basically write down theories. On the other hand, thinking through how journals actually, or particularly entrepreneurship theory and practice, deals with multimodal papers, we don't have a clear policy on that. I don't think we've seen much of those papers or any of those. You can actually, on a very practical level, check out SAGE policies which apply to ETMP as well. We have supplementary material, and you can actually upload videos and visuals there as well. But I want to come to a more fundamental point here. I think it's up to those who use multimodal research methods or framing or whatever to challenge us as journal editors as well. So submit articles drawing on these different methods, but they definitely would go through the same screening procedure. I think all three of us here have already outlined. We would look at how is it framed, is it contributing something, does it actually contribute to the conversation of the journal? But I certainly will take the discussion here back to the senior editor and managing editor team at ETMP as well, but I don't think you're going to see a policy on this, yeah? Because it would be very difficult for us to frame a policy like that. I'd rather see you challenging us with your multimodal papers and telling us what's the new thing I can learn for entrepreneurship from the way you actually combine different ways of looking at entrepreneurship in practice. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great answer. As a teacher, I really appreciate it. You know, what would you do? What do you think? But I think you know, raising the kind of level of abstraction a little bit. I think if we can all agree that what we try to do is develop theory somehow, in regardless of the form it takes. Theories, of course, have different virtues. You know, they can be simple, they can be accurate, they can be general, they can be you know, broad in scope and applicability. There are lots of different virtues of theories. A popular model is that clock that Wyke has in one of his books that he took from this guy Thorngate, where you have general, accurate, and specific, for instance. And I think when you represent your theories, or try to write up and communicate your theories, you need to kind of trade off those virtues. You need to, for instance, sacrifice some detail and accuracy in order to produce a theory that is simple and general. This is what rational choice theory does, for instance. It's extremely general and it's extremely simple, but it's not very accurate, descriptively accurate. And I think if you want to have all the details of a particular case, then you tend to sacrifice simplicity and generality very often. So as Frederike said, if you think it's worthwhile to have a high level of detail, and that's necessary because I want to say something that is, you know, extremely rich, then by all means argue for that. But I think we should be aware that all theorizing and all writing, basically, but all theorizing entails a trading off of various scientific virtues, simplicity and accuracy being two that often stand in opposition to one another.
Thank you, Henrik. I would like to address Judith's question now. You didn't have the chance before, so please, Judith, ask the question that you asked in the chat, please.
Thank you. Yeah, this is quite related to the topic you have been talking about. It's really that different methods on also the practice theoretical perspective sometimes kind of crash in my personal writing, and I have been talking with other people too, that they are kind of confronted with this problem too, is that the traditional structure of a journal article is very rigid. It's very traditional. This is how you write, right? So, and sometimes you kind of need to be more creative to really get to where you want to go with your theorizing. And yeah, I personally have been getting kind of negative feedback also sometimes from reviewers about this kind of creative approach to writing, doing it differently, positioning like theory elements in different places of the whole structure, or even writing in a different style, which is not very typical. But I think especially going about materiality, etc., doing this kind of work, it's sometimes very difficult to do it differently, or it's a better way to really get where you want to go. So my question would be, how can we kind of make this more open in journals, make this achieve this kind of openness, which is required, I think, for this kind of, because writing is also a creative process. I mean, theory building is something that we are all creative people, and we need to kind of have these possibilities, I think. And writing against this kind of tradition can be very, very difficult politically. So yeah, maybe you have some tips, some ideas. That would be great.
Frederike raised her hand, so please.
Again, I would go back to what I said before, challenges, because the papers I've seen over the last year coming to my desk as senior editors, some of those have been very unusual in the way they present the results. Could have been a narrative style, could have been someone used something different. Then actually look at Bill Gardner's hip hop in ETMP. I think it was a 2008 special issue where I asked him to produce something like a wrapping up of the different articles. He wrote a hip hop. I had to persuade the publisher at that time that a hip hop doesn't use traditional footnote style. Well, we didn't really, no, Bill wanted to use footnotes, so, but the publisher wanted the usual ETP style. There is another, Alistair Anderson and Robert Smith in Scotland. They used unusual ways of writing as well. You can find other people as well. So again, you need to challenge us. It comes back to, and it boils back to what we've said before. If there is something in that, and your paper have been sent out to reviewers, so that should tell you something. The editors saw something in the papers which actually warranted it being sent out to reviewers. Then the reviewers probably said, okay, the structure doesn't work well, and would be surprised if a reviewer comes back to you and say, you should present the paper in a traditional way, if you can actually present a really clear storyline and argumentation running through that. So I would be more bold in doing that. Yeah, and again, if you have an issue with reviewers, go back to the editor who's handling the paper, because he or she actually will be out there to help you all the way. Yeah, but I've seen very unusual papers coming into ETP, my inbox, over the last year.
It's encouraging, at least I think that's good. Renate, have you seen many unusual papers? And
yeah, I see some. I mean, of course, there's a template of journal articles, as Judith was saying, and I see unusual papers. I'm not always sure that like the creativity and the unusualness is actually needed. So I mean, I'd say like, okay, there's a template. And if you can deviate from it, but if you deviate from it, make it worthwhile. So then the deviation from the whatever template has to have a purpose and a reason. So I don't know if you know Christoph Ransmayr, the Austrian writer. He writes his novel, Der Fliegende Berg, in a poem form, which is unusual, but it's worth it. And so if your paper deviates, make the reviewer and the reader understand that this is necessary. It's not always the case. And in most instances, when I see unusual papers, it is just that the authors mix up the context of discovery and the context of presentation, which is clearly different, because the way that the research is done and conducted is not the form in which we present it. And so the things don't fit in a way. So if it's necessary and worthwhile, deviate. There is no enforcement, but not just because this is the way the whatever your context of discovery went, and you do not want to transfer it back. So make it worthwhile, because otherwise you pay the price. And the reviewers will come back, because then they don't see what is the purpose of them investing all the time in jumping back and forth of the different parts of the papers to figure out what actually happened, and not the author doing the extra work in trying to present it in a particular way.
It requires a lot of tacit knowledge, knowing this difference between when is it worthwhile and when is it not, and what to do, right? So it's what can one do? I think that experience
the
also
reviewers will tell you. The reviewers will tell you whether it was worthwhile or not.
But I think I like this reference to Popper's context of justification and discovery. He said another interesting thing is that if you want to be an innovator, you have to you do bold conjectures and hard refutations, right? So if you try to do something very novel, you very often will be refuted. If you are an innovator, you will fail most of the time. And I think there is, which Renate alluded to, there is no value in doing, you know, art for art's sake, so to speak, to just be innovative just because, you know, I use this cool method or because I think it's interesting and fun. There is value in an established protocol for communicating, and if you want to breach that and innovate on that, you should have really good reasons for it. And of course, there might be good reasons. I'm sure there are. The form has evolved over time, but I think one should have good reasons for doing it. That's what I'm saying.
So we are approaching the end of the session, but I want to give the audience in Amsterdam also the chance to participate. So it's more of an interactive TV show rather than only a TV show for them. So are there any questions there?
It's a good TV show.
Great. Then we can perhaps, I mean, Tobias still has his hand raised, so go ahead.
Maybe just a very short question to Renate Mayer, because I found very insightful what you just said on the difference between how we gain knowledge and how we present the knowledge gained in a research project. Do you have some resources which support this difference, like a paper or something? Because I'm actually currently struggling with the same issue with my PhD on this balance between these two steps.
I guess this is an experience that we all have, and I ask into the group if anybody has a reference or a source really for it. But this is the sort of the way we do research. We go back and forth with whatever end, and then sort of it's far more circular, the whole thing, and then we present in the papers like this conceptual framework, the questions, and so on. And I mean, it's not by coincidence that the introduction is written mostly as the last part of the paper when it is done, and not like as the first part as the flow is. But I'm looking into the group here. I would not have a reference like ready at hand that describes this. It's mostly discussed in the context of discovery and context of presentation, where people talk about it. But maybe somebody else can help with that. I agree that you need some innovation, and that's the kind of novelty question. I agree with Emma. I think if you innovate in all parts of the paper, though, and including the way you present it, then it gets difficult to sell it. And I've seen so many, like even like whatever authors renowned, and I've seen great papers winning prizes, being really inspirational, but having a very, very hard time getting published because like they have novel theory, novel methods, they present in a novel way, etc., which is unfortunate and maybe really a downside of our journals and the way we're doing it. They're having a hard way. If you're innovative in too many parts, it's maybe difficult to get published. But sorry, Tobias, I don't have a reference ready at hand. I will think about it. Maybe somebody else can.
I think Frederike already posted that there is a couple of editorials in ATP and especially the AMJ series as well that was published some years ago on how to write up a piece for AMJ, for instance. And yes, I think that to some extent, one thing that I oftentimes think of, you first have to learn the craft and then you perhaps can innovate, right? So a master, whatever, first has to learn how to do it the traditional way, perhaps. And that was something that I, as a PhD student, realized at some point. First, I want to learn how to write a paper in a traditional way, and then perhaps later I will be better able to see how to innovate it. But it is 1 o'clock, unfortunately, almost. And I would like to conclude this with a very big thank you to the three of you for taking the time, answering the questions from the audience here, and to my questions as well to some extent. I've learned many things, and I hope it was also a pleasant experience for you. And I hope you will see many entrepreneurship as practice papers in the future on the desk. So thank you very much. Yes.
Thanks a lot for having me here, for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you for the invite. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, this was nice.
Thank you also on behalf of everybody in person here in Amsterdam. Very insightful, wonderful. Thank you.
And I think, Neil, we will keep the room open during the break, right? And then I guess people can still have conversations here about share resources and the open questions that you have. We're a group of scholars, we're a group of writers, so we can also help each other out. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Can I just take a moment to just mention that you know, we haven't published our first issue yet of the journal, but you know, the final authors are slowly being corralled in, so it should be forthcoming in a few months, and it looks really promising. So we have papers by Raghu Garud and Dimo Dimov, Sara Saraswati, and Peter Klein, lots of people. So it looks to be a really interesting inaugural issue. So keep your eyes open.
And we reconvene at what point? At 2, Neil, right? At 2, I think we reconvene.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Okay, see you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, thanks everyone.
Okay.
All right, you want to share your screen?
Yes. Doing that now, but need to do it in full. How does that work? Okay, that looks different suddenly. To share it full and not just this little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much for inviting me, being able to talk about the most exciting thing I've written in the last year, really, a while back when I wrote it. And that is my learning about socio-materiality. The title, Capturing Socio-Materiality with Ethnography-based Research, Insights into My Journey. This is not the full title, the Insights into My Journey I just added in for this presentation, because this is something which is very core to someone who has run their own business, me, and many of these we research, that there is a lot more happening than we usually capture in our wonderful transcripts and maybe observations or participant observations. That's my overview of what socio-materiality is all about in one slide. And I'll talk about bits and pieces in a moment, just for you to take in what is coming under that heading. The chapter has various sections. Naturally, I can't give you an overview of all of them. These are the sections the chapter has, and those highlighted are the ones I will give you a quick insight into, and understanding also why I think this is really important for our research. And I'll start off with what ontological choices do I have before designing a research question? On my journey, when I came back from practice 8 years ago now and started to do qualitative research, I had done research before, but I'd been out of it, and I was looking for these how to do instructions. Anybody here ever looked for those and never found them? That was what I encountered. So I had worked with practice theory before a long time ago, but nobody gave me instructions. Well, how do I translate this into my research? And that's really how this chapter came about, looking back and thinking, well, my PhD students still haven't got a lot to go on, which gives them some advice. So we all have various definitions of practices, and here is one that that underpins this book chapter. Specifically, it is group of people within a particular field of power, and yes, my work, but also that in that chapter is underpinned also by Bourdieu's practice theory to some extent. I mentioned the questions to ask before we even start doing a research questions and select methods for our primary research. What I do now is that I think about what kind of practices am I looking at? Do I conceptualize social phenomena as practices, as entities, or as accomplishments? That goes back to Nicolini and Montero, which I found most helpful, and I apply now in my research for any new research projects I put together. Is am I interested in micro-level practices at a very fine-grained level, or am I more interested in larger sets of practices where the object of the study is such as a big practice competing or marketing, and then of course that consists of subsets of practices of advertising relates to marketing, etc. And becoming aware of that before you go out and do your research, I find very helpful. Nevertheless, of where do I want to look at the practices? Do I want to see the result, or do I want to capture practices while they're ongoingly being accomplished? And what's the role of the person acting out these practices in that? What I again found most helpful is a differentiation by Langley and Sukas. It's the same handbook this chapter is published in, who differentiate between from within to get as close as possible to the entrepreneur's views. And naturally, that's what I develop further in a moment. And also from without, where you do not interfere with your research in the actual ongoing business processes, but you stay away, you do an observation, you might do an interview, but you don't do any engagement, no enactment, is of what certain authors will talk about. And that's what the chapter is trying to explain and help with. Now, this wonderful concept of socio-materiality, we had already 2 presentations from Henrik yesterday and from Emma this morning that touched on bits and pieces. I find for me this concept of socio-materiality more encompassing, and that's really what I find I need to use as a lens in order to understand better how a practice is accomplished. The aim is to have a more fine-grained homing in on dynamics of micro-processes and entrepreneurial practices, but you can apply this not just to micro-processes, but also larger practices. In particular, team ethnography has done that also for very large practices such as insurance management. The nature of all practices they are socio-materiality by nature. That goes back to Girardi, it's not new. Socio-materiality is always relational and temporary and dependent on the field it's happening with it. And within that, there is various schools of thought that differentiated strong and weak. What is important, there's a lot more than what is here on this slide, is to really get to terms with 2 of these conceptualizations. The one which talks about entanglement, and that goes very much to the most prominent authors, Barrett, Olikovsky, to name 2 names, but also to some extent, but not fully in the same way, Silvia Girardi's work fits into there, that has the 2 conceptualizations that the social and material are inseparably entangled, the concept of entanglement, but they can be analytically separated. And of course, that agency is distributed between humans and materiality. And I'm much closer to this version of social materiality in its conceptualization than the so-called weak one some of you might have come across, which sees that the social and material can function independently and can be researched independently. For those who are engaging on your PhD journey or on a new research project, you have a number of ethnographic approaches, really, various differentiations. The old approach, what I grew up with a long time ago, was ethnography has to be here, at least in the field, and you have to live there with the people in the field, and that only is ethnography. That has changed, and there are various types emerging. Some are differentiated by time, focused, rapid, depending on how much time you spend in a field. The level of skill, microethnography, a whole country or a whole firm can be investigated in as much as different theoretical underpinning from a critical management studies of feminist viewpoint, to only name a few. There are more. Why is this all helpful? Understanding entrepreneurial practices for me is finding ways of getting close to, or from within perspective, close to the views of the research, the entrepreneurs, or maybe those giving advice in incubators or wherever, and finding ways of capturing the complexity of what they do to accomplish their entrepreneurial practices. And for that, it's not just networks, social relations, there's a lot more on how these are accomplished in connection with materiality. This just gives you an overview of what the book chapter does. I won't talk you through the whole table, just to give an idea. I differentiate between the various research strategies we have in the field. I mentioned earlier inactive research. Johannesson has written a brilliant book on living in a particular field with those he was researching entrepreneurs, and that is a deep integration of the researcher with the business processes. That is a fantastic way of doing it if you have the time, money and resources to do so. And then there is various other ways of employing research strategies to achieve a from within perspective mainly, which the WI is indicating, and where you can also do it, apply this approach from a without perspective. What the chapter then does, looks at the various methods that come under ethnography-based research, most of which have been published well. I had to cut off this table, it didn't fit in. The third column then gives you examples of studies, journal articles that actually have practiced and show you how to carry out this research, but also how to present it for publication. And they are in many journals, particularly within entrepreneurship and beyond. Some are organization studies, etc. Is this chat for me, or is this, I can't get there, for someone else? If there's something in the chat, please let me know. So that's really what I'm trying to say, is there's a wide plethora of methods to choose from. And that is the wonderful thing of what we can do to capture how entrepreneurial practices are accomplished. We can consider and have choices on what involvement as a researcher we have. And it's important to be at the beginning of the research part of making these choices and deciding how much involvement you want to have, and also what the consequences are for your analysis, etc. There's just the other half of the table, just what comes in there, and finishing off the documentary analysis of collecting and analyzing data. What I have, the question I've asked myself, and I've been asked my PhD student, is, so well, how do I know what is relevant? Well, that's a good question. Is there literature? Very little. The chapter gives you an outline of what kind of literature exists. Bits and pieces have been studied, from clothing to particular type of material artifacts. What I found, and what I'm implying now and pass on to others, is that I start to collect widely these cigarette butts. I've noticed them, but what have I got to do with starting working in a creative hub with cigarette butts on the floor? Well, I noted it, and they're in my notes, and I had not a clue what to do with them. It took me a long while until I realized, well, actually, they have a huge function, and I'm currently writing a journal article to bring in what that pile of cigarette butts actually tells me as the researcher about the practices of entrepreneurs in a particular creative hub. Therefore, start as wide as you can and take note, and keep your notes in a safe place so you can access them. But also ask your research participants, what are they using? Are the tools, things, elements that are material in as much as ideas? How are they translated? The business idea, a business plan, strategy, these are still socio-material elements that will be translated into something, from an email to a document to something, and ask them if they were happy to share them with you. And naturally, you will have transcripts. Hopefully you transcribe while you go along, and then look at them, and then you might be able to go back and ask them further questions. That's how I developed the significance and insight on what cigarette butts are all about, can be indicating to me. And that's what I learned. A little heart I put there here is the surprising things that may have a meaning for the entrepreneurs, which we can't even think about. And if I see something very surprising, I definitely take note of it and store it somewhere in my field notes, how odd it might feel and look like. Oops, that was my last slide, really. I was supposed to be very short and try to fix it to 15 minutes. So hopefully we have some time to talk about that. Any question, I'm more than happy to talk about.
Thanks, Inge. Right at 15 minutes, so good timing.
Sorry?
Right at 15 minutes, so good timing.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so let's open it up for questions. Do we have any insights? Inge, when you mentioned practice as entities and practices as accomplishments, did you, in your study, think about this? You said it's nice to think about that in advance. Did you use one of the other? Do you have a preference in your own studies?
What I'm currently writing about, I didn't decide this beforehand, but the one I'm designing at the moment, I am. I have so far focused on micro-level practices, but would like to get away from those. And my next study I'm designing at the moment looks at something more bigger, so practices as accomplishments. And as a larger unit of analysis, such as competing in an industry. Okay, there is a comment from Frederike Welter. Picking up, can you say that, Frederike, please?
I
can see it in the chat.
Do you mean Catherine?
Oh no, sorry, this is an old message I'm looking at. I don't know why it came up as new. Sorry. Okay. Catherine, yes.
Well, mine wasn't a question, sorry. It was just a note on your book. A few of us have asked for if you'd be able to share at all a link to the book that you've mentioned. I'm interested particularly in presenting findings from ethnographic research. It was just a comment on that.
It's in the book. Neil and Orla and Anna are editing. So in that sense, it's chapter 15. I haven't seen my, so to say, pages either. So I hope it's coming out soon. But that Neil will know more about that.
Yeah, any day.
Will we authors get a copy?
I don't actually know for sure. I assume so, but now I don't have any confirmation of that assumption, so I need to pursue it with the publisher.
Okay.
I'll share with you an earlier PDF. Inge.
Okay, that would be great, because it's, yeah, so for me it's something really which was close to my heart, and a book chapter is a way of making things more explicit. You can't get published in a 3 or 4-star journal, and which are more of a conversational one. I see a hand from Rohan.
Yeah, hi. So this is connected with this point about, you know, are you studying the practices as they are ongoing versus something that has happened? So lot of times, if you're doing phenomena-oriented research, you come to a site because something interesting has already happened there, right? So, but it's not like the organization has shut down. It's continuing to do the same things. Maybe they have changed the way they do the things. So I'm just curious how you look at these two, and you know, how should this be approached? So as an example, in the site that we are studying, 16 startups have raised some kind of funding, and this 100% win rate of funding is actually off the charts, because the normal win rate in the market is 10%. So all these 16 startups have sort of raised the money already, right? And they have more startups which are going through that funding process now. So when I look at a site like this, should I focus on the earlier 16? Should I also observe the ones that are going on? And if I'm looking back, then, you know, how do I do this? Because most of that will be then interviews. So I'm a little curious on how you see this kind of a site from this ethnography point of view.
Okay, thanks for the question. So if I was studying that, of course I would need the research question. Are you interested in establishing how they achieve their successes, that they have 100% funding?
Yes. So the phenomena of interest is this sort of, you know, like I said, market success rate is 10%. Here it's 100%. So we are interested in the practices that kind of enabled this kind of a high success rate in raising financing, right? So, yeah. So
you were interested in the practices of entrepreneurs, but if you say they're in a site, do they have support? Are they therefore?
Yeah. So it's an incubator actually. And so actually we are studying the incubator and what is the role of the support practices in achieving this kind of success rate.
Which is, of course, then a very different research question. What is the role of the support question? It's just important to be very, very clear.
Yes.
you cannot assume that the ones that have just entered the process will be as successful as the others, but there seems to be, based on 16 very successful ones with 100%, something that is not just in the entrepreneurs, but also in the support they receive that is helping them to be that successful. What I would do, whether it's just a personal choice, I would say, okay, you're looking at possibly as an object of study is the support practices in an incubator. You can then decide that you look at what has already happened, because at least that can you, once you have done that, once you've understood the practices that are there and that led to the success, I would then, if there is a sequence possible, would say, okay, let's see then how are they occurring and developing, unfolding, therefore in the flow with new startups. That is one way of doing it. If you don't know enough, exploratory really, you don't know enough why these particularly, or how these other startups are so successful, 90% over the normal market rate, therefore looking at what is being achieved and how, looking back. That's what I would do first if I had a choice. Because if you start immediately looking at those who are in the process of applying for funding, you can do that as well. Question is, have you enough understanding to ask questions or observe? Do you know what you're observing? And if you know this anyway, then that is much more possibly suitable to capture really everything that's happening that is that matters. And that's the question about how do you identify what matters? The complexity of everything that's happening and the richness is huge. How do you focus on something at a certain point in time and not on something else? And that's the kind of choices that you need to make. Therefore, if you had time, so to say, I would first look at what happened in the past and how did that work. But that's personal choice.
And one small follow-up here is that, see, I'm doing multiple, so there are two different PhD students working on the site. Okay. One of them is looking at financing, the other is looking at the incubator sort of core practices. So it's a technology incubator, actually. They kind of create products. It's not a business incubator really. It's a little more early stage than that. And we have a lot of insights from understanding the practices of the incubator from the first study. So we know a lot of what they do from the product development point of view and the other things that they are supporting with, right? So we have all this background that we know, and we know that it also plays a part in the funding, because when they go to the funding, the fact that you have done, let's say, some kind of regulatory compliance is going to be important. And so the practices that are associated with that become relevant. So that is another interesting thing of two different people working in two different areas, so to say.
My only concern is you have functionalized the observation. A PhD is doing finance, a PhD is something else. And there might be things that are finance relevant, but are found in other, so to say, areas. And will the person who's not doing the finance actually spot and regard them as relevant? So I would advise both PhD students then to look at a lot of other things as well before they identify that is relevant for finance and that is relevant for something else. Because what is relevant is if you set it from the beginning, you might miss out on certain aspects that are indeed relevant indirectly for finance, which you might not capture otherwise. I hope that was helpful. There's two more questions. There's Catherine and then Irina, as far as I can see.
Hi, thanks, Inge. Just picking up on your response there, and you talk about this kind of process of making decisions, really. And in the slide we've got in front of us there, in terms of how close you'll be to the entrepreneurs, whether you're studying them from within or without, whether you want to be engaged in their actual processes. I just wondered if you could speak to a little bit about your reflexivity in your research. And how much you kind of foreground that, particularly around socio-materiality. Do you write about your own material experiences of what you're observing, as well as those you are observing?
Great question. Thank you, Catherine. My notes, my field notes, I do in odd places. Sometimes I'm sitting in the car and speaking to my phone, the notes function. anything that comes to my mind, including my own emotions and senses, I take note of. And again, in this one research site where the primary research is finished and I'm writing up a lot on, I couldn't have found certain surprising insights about the role of the body if I hadn't also reported on things I did, strange behaviors I did, in as much as my own emotions of feeling puzzled, feeling surprised, feeling cold, body sensations even in terms of cold and warmth, and just taking note of them and parking them. I remember most of my notes in some form. I thought something is clicking and then I need to go back and scroll through various files. I think my own reflexivity is, I'm very alert at all times, therefore I can't really spend a whole day there because I would flow over with insights and observations. So in that sense, I sometimes take notes sitting on an iPad in the sunshine within the site and wrote notes, or I had to go out and go for a walk and take notes and then go back in. My own reflexivity is extremely high, particularly before I start research on a site. I take note of what do I know and what do I think I know about these phenomena I'm about to research, and not parking them, but at least being aware of my bias in that sense, to be very clear on what I bring to the table and what might influence what I see or construct rather than see. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Irina?
Yes, thank you, Inge. By the way, I feel very much for what you told, that you cannot stay the full day in the field of ethnography. I also struggled with that, like, because I really need time after to like make notes, live through, and etc. But now the question is a bit different. It's about social material and the concept of social material. Maybe I missed something at the beginning because I just joined a few minutes later, but how do you really define it? And why I'm asking is because I'm also writing a paper where we're trying to convey about the relationship of people with matter, such like in between them. And that's how we understand the social materiality. But what typically, like the other articles that's typically written, in, at least in that area where we are trying to contribute, they talk about how people change relationships due to matter. You know, that's the difference. And I just wondered, like, what are your approach and definition in terms of social materiality?
Okay, I think I heard two questions. The one question is, how do I account for relationships changing between people in the field or between people and me?
People and matter, like social material. How?
Okay.
What is this for you? Like, how do you use that?
My lens has developed from the original start to one of ongoing becoming, and that's also following Haritsuka's conceptualization of strong process theory, that everybody changes in part of the process in the interaction. Therefore, my insights and my understanding of who I am as a researcher and what I see are changing on an ongoing basis. Therefore, also what I see in terms of how, if I look at it as a focus, is how are entrepreneurial practices accomplished, that the way entrepreneurs in a particular side draw on relationships, draw on the materiality at the same time changes. And if I look for patterns, then that is the challenge which I do. I look for any patterns, even though I see things change all the time. I'll give you an example. I participated in the same workshop, at least in terms of how it was advertised in a creative industry side, 3 times. The title was the same, the delivery person was the same, and each time this craft workshop was of course different, because literally the artist offering it had changed her understanding of the way things were done. And of course the participants were differently. She had developed new materials, she was changing with the participants, etc. So in that sense, naturally I had to learn from one workshop to the other, being there, but also participating. the artist herself had changed and learned and was doing things differently. So if you're saying how, therefore, using an iPad in workshop 3, which wasn't used in workshop 1 and 2 as a tool to present something to the workshop participants, there's many things I picked up on, but again, not in the moment because too much was happening. But once while I was out and thinking, well, actually reflecting also in, well, more orally speaking to my phone, what actually had happened and how the workshop practice had been accomplished, what was different, what did I remember was different off the top of my head, what did my notes show me, and therefore what was the same, what was similar, what was totally different. Does that answer the first part of your question?
Yeah, thank you, Inge.
Thank you for the question.
Well, thank you very much, Inge. I think we're right on time to move to actually Irina, who has just asked the last question. Thank you very much, Inge, for sharing. And there's a lot of interest in your table with the citations and things like that. So as soon as the book is published, I think that'll be a nice point for sharing, for sure. But yeah, next up we have Irina Liubertė, and is your co-author joining us, Irina? I wasn't sure about that. Miriam.
No, unfortunately, no, Miriam is not joining.
But yes, we are all very interested in learning more about interviewing as a social practice.
So, yes. Okay. Can you tell me, do you see slides or slides and notes?
We just see slides.
Okay, that's perfect. So that works. Well, not always the case. Where do I? Okay, hello. I'm Irina, and we published a chapter about interviewing as social practice with my dear friend Miriam, with whom we met actually because of practice research and because of entrepreneurship as practice seminars. So, and I will be presenting today alone. And the aim of this article was to provide a hands-on guide for practice-based studies on using interviews. And we wanted to show that there is value in talking to people and learning about new practices, and then that interviews may be used in alignment with the epistemological assumptions of practice theory. And I hope we've succeeded with that. And to start with, when I was doing my PhD, I was looking for a fieldwork site, and I wanted to do ethnography, and I was very well aware of that, the value of that ethnographic fieldwork. However, I soon discovered that it was a complete no-go in the biotech industry in which I did my study, and especially when I wanted to talk with biotech people about secrecy. And as soon as I realized I'm not getting a site for observation, I was naturally looking at least of getting some interviews in there, because that was luck to get an interview as well. That was really hard to achieve. And I was trying to be as efficient as possible in that and still do a practice study with interview-based materials. So I consulted multiple experts who use practice theory in their research, and people kept telling me that interviews are inferior to observation-based methods, and that interview-based study is not really a good way to analyze practices. And as some books call it, it's just a cheap talk about what people think they do and say. And it's true, the limitations of interviews that people kept throwing at me made really a lot of sense. When doing an interview, we cannot see any actual doings or sayings. We are far from actual context in which the action would normally take place, about the action which we speak. And also, like, the question is, does it really make sense talking about with people about practices? And especially if we think of interview as an instrument, which is common in positivist tradition and rather spread understanding of interviews. And their interviews are said to be used to collect facts, opinions, and other cognitive content. And in that way, we can see interview as a transaction of information from one person to another, from a research participant supplying information to a researcher. And naturally, that understanding goes against the principles of practice theory. And if we take the concepts used by Donald Davidson, interviews as an instrument, maybe reflecting Cartesian perspective and understanding, in which interview can be imagined as a meeting between two foreigners. On one side, a research participant who brings their subjective knowledge, and on the other side, a researcher who kind of tries to collect an objective knowledge. He's an observer, takes a detached scientific stance. And therefore, in this book chapter, we tried to reframe, to reinterpret the concept of interviewing, and we took the principles of practice theory and treated that as a social practice. Like every practitioner, researchers are practitioners and are having their own practices, and interviewing is one of them. And in practice theory language, there is no fundamental distinction between subjective and objective spaces, because all knowledge could be expressed by concepts which we share among us. And differently from interview as an instrument approach, the reality unfolds during an interaction between researcher and research participant. And this is the important source of learning about practices. Therefore, we don't reduce that to two types of knowledge, like subjective and objective. And we pay attention to intersubjective space or second person knowledge. This is what really makes sense and what is informative in doing practice theory-based studies. So we still don't see actual doings and sayings. We don't make sense, but we do make sense and negotiate the meanings with the participant. And it's important to understand and to keep in mind that we are two in interaction, but we also don't treat our knowledge as separate. We negotiated in communication, in conversation during an interview, and it's kind of the experiences that we had in other spaces, in other contexts, we kind of bring part of it in interaction in which we work. So we don't claim that interview is the same as observation. It actually delivers very specific and different information, different knowledge about practices than what we would get from observing practices. However, interviews is also not a second class, but it's even maybe sometimes essential way of learning about practices, about the other angles of practices, more tacit sides of it, which are actually difficult to observe sometimes, even with taking the secrecy phenomena, which I was studying in my PhD. So that's a lot about things that cannot be seen, and interviews actually made a lot of sense. So in our paper, we present several principles of interviewing as social practice. We draw on practice theory advances, on multiple other sources, such as interpretative research, applied linguistics, or other. And starting from the first principle, We highlight that creating an open space for stories is important when we do research, practice theory-driven research, and perform our interviews. And the principle is about giving space for participants to bring their own language, their own stories, and really try to enable them with telling these stories. And when we tell stories, they are associated with doings, sayings in contexts. There is when, how, and where. So that's exactly what is useful for practice-based research. Now, if talking about the second principle that we highlight is prioritizing language of participants. And what we mean is that when we talk to participants, our language naturally influences how participants will start talking. Kind of, we sometimes may suggest to them something that they wouldn't talk otherwise. So we must be cautious in that. And even I maybe will provide an example. We even may use some language that participants used and try to repeat the phrases, and then we kind of allow them more freedom to stay where they are and provide us with more useful information. So the third principle, we talk about using verbs, and for the sake of shortness, I won't be providing no examples, but maybe we'll get back later. In this principle, what we talk is the other way around, is that we are aware that we are influencing the language of participants and what they tell us and where we go with their stories, and we try to give them space and prioritize their language, but also we can use our influence to kind of navigate where we want them to go. And that's what we want, is to talk about practices, about what we do, how we do, and how we make sense of their doings. So, and in this regard, it's from my personal experience as well, I found it very useful to use verbs like what are you doing, saying, and etc. Like probe people with using verbs in our own language, and then we kind of influence their language and direct towards the direction. It doesn't always work, but that's what we're trying. The next principle is about appreciating the holistic nature of interviewing, and it's more about the process when we analyze interviews. So coding is the most probably common way of analysis, of the process of analysis, and then we split our, cut the text into pieces and analyze these pieces separate. And if you want to know about practice, it's not concentrated in these separate pieces. And sometimes when people talk and when we ask them, the thought and the additional insights come later, or like the pieces are interconnected. Thus, we highlight the importance of looking at interview as a whole, as a picture with interrelated components. Next, the fifth principle is appreciating the multimodal nature of interviewing. And with that, we mean that interview is not only a transcript, and we probably all heard, we need to pay attention, speak, what we do during interviews. I don't know, maybe due to publishing practices, we wouldn't see in publications too often about like how particular authors paid attention to that. And then we kind of only highlight the the transcripts, the text itself. And transcript is already an interpretation, and without that all multimodal kind of was reflexively interactive. Is about taking into account that we are like two here, at least on one-to-one interaction. When we have a researcher and a research participant, we both contribute to co-creation of that knowledge during an interview. And when we analyze, we also pay attention to what we ask, how we behaved during, what we did during the interview, how that knowledge was created. It's not just a report from research participant to us, like it's like in the tradition of interview as instrument. And this is it. This is all what I wanted to say, and I hope you have questions where we could clarify more what you want to know.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I have a question on the intersubjective interview earlier. So how do you negotiate the meaning? Let's say I interview a startup about how they got funding, and then I interview the investor, how the investor provided the funding, but maybe I get two different stories and I have to negotiate kind of, okay, where's the truth now? So do you have some tips on that? Maybe.
Sorry, do you mean you have two founders or two stories from the same founder?
Where's the mic? Is it this one? This one. Okay. Let's say I interview a startup with, let's say, one founder to understand how they gain funding, and I interview the investor, and then I draw some intersubjective conclusions between these two different agencies or people. Mm-hmm. How do I negotiate the meaning, because they might have two different stories of the same thing?
So actually that happened very often to me as well, and that's the most interesting part. These from the first sight conflicting informations show what's important, what were the different things that were important to those two people, like to investor. They think about certain aspects of the interaction with an entrepreneur, and whereas entrepreneur is interested in completely different things. And these stories do not align, but it just from the very first sight, it could seem like it doesn't make sense. But if you go deeper and like juxtapose the pieces which you think that are not like getting together, sticking together, and look for more information in both of interviews, like take a more holistic approach, I'm sure you would find the explanation why you get this conflicted picture. And that's probably in qualitative research, I find the most interesting situation and findings where you can really report something interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, could you maybe give an example of what kind of practices you examine by means of interviews, and what kind of interview questions did you ask to be able to provide some kind of a description of those practices? Because sometimes I'm struggling a little bit, like how detailed does your information have to be able to describe a practice?
Yeah, there is no one way of doing that. So that's a compilation of different things that I already also mentioned. Is one, we learn through interviews also. Even in every new field, when I come, I learn to do interview in that context, because you never know how that goes and what are the things that help you in that context. You can use generic techniques like I kind of presented here from our article. However, you always adapt. So one is, but there are always several things that we pay attention is how people react to our questions. And for example, one of the things when I see they start repeating my words, I treat that as a bad sign, like I don't want them to get into my, like to adopt my language. I want me to be with their language. So the priority is to their experiences, because that's the aim of that interaction. And so, yeah, I'm sorry, I maybe went to the side. Does that answer the question, or just?
Well, it gives some.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually also curious, like if you have like a concrete example, but.
Yeah, complete example. There are some pieces of like examples in that paper, like if we talk about that multimodal perspective, for example, I had my, and this data didn't go anywhere into my conferences and conference presentations, but these were my initial interviews with entrepreneurs in biotech and how they look for partners. And I was allowing them like to tell their story, like what they do, what's bothering them, and etc. What are the projects that are ongoing, interactions with investors, and etc. And one of them like was telling like, you know, I do this, and he started like really listing the things like I'm taking my papers, I have to write them, I have to send them. And that was like quite a long story telling about like particular actions that he does. And that seems like a practice related information, but it did tell me a lot about what he means by that. But then at the end, he kind of glanced into one spot, and I knew there is a laboratory there where researchers work for him, because like biotech is very research R&D based industry. So research is everything. And he kind of placed there and said, and you know, it's everything about money. And I'm like, yeah, how it's related. But from the overall context, from his how he looked at that spot, I realized what he is regretting is he cannot do research. He's a researcher. He's looking for investors. And as a researcher, he wants to be there in the laboratory. That's the real thing, the real meaning that he sees. And then the thing that's now a priority to look for money, which is also essential, but then it's kind of a very conflicting thing with what he would really like to do. So that's a small piece. If I go further, analyzing every interview, like the whole interview, that way it's kind of quite lengthy.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
I have a question. Thanks for the presentation. I found the principles really interesting. Could you give a concrete example on how you are using verbs during the interview?
Yeah, actually, I did some of my interviews in English, some in Lithuanian, in my native language. And there were different challenges in both. So for example, in English, if I want them to talk about what we do in practice, I ask, what are you doing? Where are you going? Like, I'm really persistent on that ing form of verb. And it's both alluding to the process and to action, and which usually works, not always. Some people just don't want to go to the particularities and to the specific practices where they are. Some may be not willing to be reflective with me, but like in many cases it works. And then in Lithuania, by the way, we often use nouns instead of verbs, which was a particular challenge. How do I tell to them? Because when we start using nouns in Lithuanian, people, they also kind of rise above the specific practice. They go to talk in general terms, which is not that useful, like how things are done in our industry, how things are done somewhere, but not really how I do that or how my team does that. But yeah, I also found ways how to kind of lead to that concrete specific area of practice.
Thank you. I have a final question myself. So you started off your talk by saying interviews are, in the traditional sense, interview as instrument is a poor substitute for observation, because people can't talk about clearly their practices, or they do a lot of things tacitly that they have a hard time verbalizing. And then you move into talking about the interview as an intersubjective process. So what is the status of the information that we get about the practices from the interview? How can we treat that? Can we treat that as insight into practices we haven't observed? Or is this the result of the interview as a practice? And it's somehow different type of knowledge that we get more insight into the meaning and the language that they use or potentially use in things we didn't observe. You see what I mean?
Yeah, probably, yeah, clearly observation and interviews are providing us with very different knowledge. And that's why probably ethnography is an ideal thing to do when you do both. You kind of do collect, you have different kind of knowledge if you both talk to people and observed how they do things. So that's ideal. But also there are kind of practices like really cognitive based, and I maybe provide it's not an entrepreneurship based example, but I hope it's quite obvious. For example, we talk to robot operators working with robots. And what we do, we cognitively construct the relationship with these robots. Because first it's like they are scared, the robots will replace them, then they know we have to do something about it and work with these new machines, and then we kind of adopt a different approach to where we are, who robots are, and who I am with a robot in order to successfully work with that new technology. And then it's unobservable. It has some signs on the observable or where you can see something, but it's such a little portion of what you can know. And then with interviews, you can really see how they constructed the whole relationship from the beginning. So I'm not sure, did that answer the question?
Yes, you skipped out a little bit of the speaker died.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It was just for a couple seconds, so I think I understood what you were saying.
Thank you, Neil.
Yeah. Any final comments? We have a 15-minute break coming up. Anybody
Sorry, do you have something in chat? Yeah.
Catherine had a comment.
It was just somebody mentioned in the room, I think, I'm sorry, not sure who asked the question about how did you deal with different views on the same topic. So yeah, I'm finding positioning maps quite useful. I don't know if you're familiar with Clarke's situational analysis, but I find that quite useful. So I'm doing ethnography, so interviews and observations and kind of compiling what are the different positions on this as opposed to what this person said and that person said. But yeah, and amongst all the data. I just had a quick question, if that's okay, if nobody else has one. Irina, you just mentioned there about not focusing purely on the transcripts, and then the audio dropped out a little bit. So I'm not sure if I missed it, but I was just curious in terms of the multimodality of the interviews and what else you were using other than the transcripts. I'm not sure if we just missed it because the audio dropped out.
So yeah, I'm not sure which place that dropped out, but basically with multimodality. So if we are reflexive in our research, I'm pretty sure we are paying attention to more or less to some of the elements at least. If we're doing our notes after the interview, during the interview, reflexive notes. So that comes up somewhere, but I think we don't talk a lot about how that really influences our analysis. It's kind of a hidden layer, which we don't declare we do. And I think if we actually get to this with a purpose to enrich our analysis, that could really serve us even more than it serves now.
Great, thank you. That's that reflexivity again.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Irina.
Thank you all.
A break here, grab some coffee, and we'll be back for the last two speakers. On time, and I see Betsy is here, so we can go ahead and get started. So the second half, we're going to continue our methodology chapters, and Betsy's going to talk to us about conversation analysis and ethnomethodology, which I am super interested in as well, as Betsy knows. So yeah, please, Betsy, take it away.
Terrific. Let me test my share screen here. Is that good?
Yeah, it works.
Fantastic.
Just for the audience, Betsy, you're in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct. Yes, I'm on the East Coast of the US. And it's a cold and rainy spring day here. But well, I wish I could be there in person, and next year I certainly hope to be there. But it's really good to see us assembled again, and at least some people are in one place at one time around that conference table. So this is great. Thank you for organizing this and making this possible. So I was given the instruction of talking about this chapter 10 with one slide only. So as you see, my approach to that was not a typical conference slide, but rather a kind of a mood board. And we'll walk through this as I go through the chapter, and starting at the top left, going left to right, then the middle left to right, then the bottom left to right, to try to situate us in the feel, I guess, the look and feel of the place and time that ethnomethodology and conversation analysis got its start. So, you know, at least for me, part of the charm of ethnomethodology and conversation analysis is that it feels very, very accessible all the way back to its roots. Sometimes when I think about different methodologies, it's from anonymous people in a faraway place that I don't really have any sense of. But ethnomethodology and conversation analysis really come out of the mid-century, mostly in the US, but not exclusively, of course, and particularly in the 60s in California. And whether or not, I think most of us probably didn't live through the 60s, or certainly don't remember the 60s, and many of us have never perhaps been to California, but that era and that place are so storied that I think that even if we don't have any kind of lived experience there, we nonetheless have a sense of that place and that time and some of the ways that the culture worked. And the people who were at the forefront of creating ethnomethodology and conversation analysis were part of that culture and really thought leaders in that culture in some very particular ways that we'll talk about. And so, you know, in the 60s, sociologists such as Sachs, Garfinkel, Goffman, Schlegloff, Jefferson, and others, whose names are probably getting to be familiar to some of you, began investigating the way that real people did things in real contexts, even just being ordinary, right? So the things that we're doing today that let us know that this is a meeting, and how do we run a meeting and what a meeting is. So they were interested in the sense of being ordinary. And this turn towards ethnomethods, the way that ordinary people do things that make sense to themselves for themselves, really began what we're now talking about today, the work of ethnomethodologists and conversation analysts to really anchor social actions in this understanding of situated practices. And, you know, eventually a systematic science to study conversation began to emerge from these early instincts and interests. And this started to link ordinary verbal exchanges to people's ordinary methods of these doing and beings. And conversation analysis, or CA, is not the only ethnomethodological tradition, but it is, I think, fair to say that it's the main one, because a number of the other traditions, such as membership category analysis or workplace interaction studies, all draw on CA to do their work. And, you know, ethnomethodological studies, particularly CA studies, would not have been possible to do, I don't think, prior to the 1960s. It was only then that the portable, or maybe I should say luggable, reel-to-reel audio recorders were affordable and durable enough for ordinary people to have. And they made it possible for people to capture naturally occurring interactions exactly as they happened in the wild. And these recorders really were state of the art. People were using them in all sorts of new and boundary crossing ways. So you can think of audio recordings as the selfies of the 60s and the early 70s. And it's no coincidence that some of the major scandals of that era, such as the Watergate scandal in the US and the Nixon administration in the early 70s, involved audio tapes. People really were recording each other. There were secret recordings going on. Everybody was doing this. And the scholars were no different. They were out there, Sachs and Sathis were out there recording people in the park, and it opened up all sorts of new ethical conversations too in the research world about how do we use this. But the ethical ones, right, where it started using these things in good ways, and began using these audio recordings to think about the context creating, context renewing capacity of interactions. So there are ways that we're interacting here today, for example, that we're doing for the first time here, but they're practiced and they're recognized as doing a meeting or having a conference. And these early studies spawned this awareness that ordinary people use language with order at every point. To construct and to make sense of real world contexts. And that was Sachs's big idea at this point in time, that there is order all along that makes sense to not only the people involved, but it's also visible and audible to the analysts. So there's something really powerful about being able to capture these audio recordings and then study them to understand the ordinary ways that people accomplish social life. So by studying these situated procedural aspects of common sense activities, you know, ethnomethodology with CA really at the forefront, you know, made a revolutionary move. You know, it put all of the things that had been in the background that were long taken for granted in traditional forms of social science. They put those background details into the focus, into the forefront of scholarly investigations. And so what's the background? What's the foreground? You know, it becomes hard to tell, I think, for some people in some ways in this early part of understanding ethnomethodology and its approaches to understanding practice. But eventually, you know, we start to take this background seriously, and we develop ways to really continually hold the focus on the background so that it becomes the foreground. Another thing that might be hard to hold in focus is the concept of members in ethnomethodology. And so in many ways, we think of members or membership as sort of a personal thing, right? I am a member of a particular club or a member of the EAP community. But an ethnomethodological view of membership isn't really connected to the person. It's connected to the idea of competent participation in a particular activity. So it's about the ways of doing and saying things that are recognizable as consistent with that context. So there might be, for example, entrepreneurial ways of doing and saying that show us this person or this action, this group is entrepreneurial. They're part of the entrepreneurial conversation. Consequently, you know, the term member in CA is really about this fluency with recognizable interactional moves. So let's move on to that second line of doing CA and CA-based work. Now, you know, we already talked about the role that tech played in the early formation of ethnomethodological traditions, but it's worth bringing up technology again, because CA studies start with recordings. And this can be audio recordings, but it can also be video recordings. And I know some of the people assembled here today are really interested in video and are doing great things with it. I think it's also important to note that the technology of our present day means that we also can take advantage of self-recordings. And I don't mean that as self as the analyst self-recording, but recordings that research subjects have made for and by themselves. And whether they are collected and designed by the analyst to try and get a particular body of work, or whether they are taken from repositories such as YouTube or Vimeo or something, those are all possibilities at the present day, the way that we use technology and the way that we capture interactions occurring naturally in real time by real people in real contexts. So I think that technology is a big part of CA, and there are different ways to use it, and we can certainly talk about that and what the limits might be with our current technological landscape. But before we do that, once you have a good recording, an analyst listens and watches to that data many, many times. And you have to start from a stance of what would be called unmotivated looking or unmotivated knowing, which means that you as the analyst aren't bringing a preconceived idea to what it is that you're searching for. For example, you're not just looking at one person that you've predetermined is the leader and looking for leadership qualities in that person. You're bringing an unmotivated kind of noticing to these transcripts, or rather to these recordings, before you even transcribe them, because you want to start noticing and seeing what strikes you. All of the things that make the conversation or the interaction understandable and intelligible for the people in the act are also laid bare for analysts as well. So it's important to just step into that audio recording and let it wash over you, or video recording, and not come with predetermined ideas of who's there or what's going to happen, but just let it happen for you. And start to look for the interactional ways that, what we talked about leaders, that leadering, for example, and following would be enacted by these ordinary people in their setting. How do the ways that they talk actually indicate their roles or make their roles and their context relevant? So to help in this analysis, a detailed notation system has been created, or systems have been created. And you can see some examples there of things that try to capture in a Jeffersonian way, the ways that people are actually interacting. So you want to capture every audible inhale, or you want to capture every time that people talk fast, or every time people draw out something for a point, right? You're trying to capture those dynamics of the interaction in your transcript. So you're not just putting down the words that they say, but you're trying to indicate the way that they say them. And more recently than the Jeffersonian notation system, we have a Mondada multimodal system that actually helps us capture gestures and glances and body postures and other ways of interacting in a space, because all of these forms of action are part of communication and part of what makes sense in a particular context. So we have ways to get those dynamic dimensions into the transcript, so that even if you can't hear or see the audio clip or the video clip, you're able to get a sense of what's happening for those participants and how they're able then to make sense of things because of all of those cues in the interaction. The real beauty of CA, I think, though, is that meaning and impact of interactions are available to members and to analysts. And I mentioned that already, but I think it's really important to dwell on that a bit, because there's something called the next turn proof, which is the way that ordinary people make sense of things, and it's the way that we as analysts can make sense of things. You understand how a member understands things by what comes next. So you've probably had this experience in your own personal conversations where somebody asks for clarification, or sometimes people do misunderstand and they don't think to check about it, but you then have to clarify and change the way that people understood something. And so we only know what is happening here by what happens in the next turn. Was I understood? Was this other person understood? Are we still having mutual intelligibility with our shared social tasks? And this display of understanding is available to both of us, the members and the analysts. And that next turn proof is also part of how we think about validity in the findings, right? We can point to that data. So when we say that conversation analysis is very tight to the data, that's really what we mean. We can go right back to the source, and we can go right back to explaining why it is we made the interpretation that we did about the way the interaction unfolded and the social practice came to be. A final stage of analysis is a way of connecting interactional data with wider social theory. And that's becoming a bigger theme as conversation analysis becomes more mature. We're starting to see more work that connects beyond just the mechanics, the verbal mechanics of interactions, and connecting it into larger social practices and social theory. Now, CA is often used as part of a toolkit. As you see, we've got our groovy little toolkit there. I think we can thank Nicolini for getting us started in that direction with his idea of zooming in and zooming out to understand social practice. CA is often used as the zooming in part because it does pay very close attention to the details of interaction. But I don't think we should dismiss it as only for zooming in. CA is certainly useful for that, but it can stand alone, as our groovy little flower suggests. We can use conversation analysis to explore how people are not only making sense of their work, but how they're reflexively constituting their social actions and settings. And so we can see with CA, a means to analyze the verbal and nonverbal and embodied language, culture, and social organizations as integrated elements of a coherent course of action. So CA is revealing the organization of practices as much as it is just the organization of language. People are talking their roles and their organizations into being, as Heritage would put it. So I encourage us to yes, we should use CA in combination with other methodologies to zoom in and zoom out, for example. But we can also use CA on its own because it's neither micro nor macro. It's just a way of understanding the way that the social practices are unfolding through interaction. But what about applying CA? We're finally in our last line here. And CA findings speak directly to professional practices and problems, social problems. And so they can be used as interventions. There's a real interventional edge to a lot of CA, and we find it in medicine and counseling, even in aviation. So by paying careful attention to things that work and don't work in these settings, because we have a big collection of audio recordings or video recordings, we can sometimes figure out what it is that makes an interaction more successful within the constraints of a particular context. So interventions have been designed, and I think it's important to note that an intervention in a CA sense is not like an experimental kind of intervention. Rather, it's more like a course or a workshop where people in a particular profession are trained and exposed to CA parameters and can start to understand the power that their interactions have in their own workplace contexts. One well-developed interactional technique that's been used for interventions in this teaching mode is called the conversation analysis research method, conversation analytic research method. And it's a technique that uses CA with practitioners to help them analyze their very own interactions in some cases, so that they have great self-reflection on how they're making their workplaces work, how they're talking their workplaces into being. And this close attention to their own interactional patterns can give people a much more sense of community, a much greater sense of contact with what they're doing, and a greater awareness about the practices that are necessary to make their profession do what they want, whether that's safely landing an airplane or being more attentive to people of different races in medical conversations. These training, using CA transcripts in training has been really helpful in those contexts. But whether you're doing pure scholarship or applied interventions, CA transcends dualisms, which is so important for us in practice theories as we invest in practice theories here. And ethnomethodology transcends that dualistic framework. So, any empirically displayed interaction contains those social practices produced by and for those members and all matters of relevance for them in that context. So in other words, both micro and macro sociological matters in whatever terms are always going to be embedded in the immediate here and now in the interactions that these members are having in their settings. And my chapter ends, as will this talk, with a quote from Heritage. And as he was reflecting on the gap in the workplace literature, like our crevasse there in the pink ice field. He said that the only thing scholars of practice need to identify are all the missing analyses of how practitioners manage the tasks, which for them are matters of serious and pressing significance. I think we, looking at entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs and all across the entrepreneurial ecosystem, still have a lot of gaps that practice theories, and particularly ethnomethodology and conversation analysis, can help us make sense of, and can help us show exactly what all those interdependent practices are that are essential to being an entrepreneur and to doing innovative, in many cases, entrepreneurial work. So I'll leave it there. I'll stop sharing, I guess, now and check the chat. But thank you so much.
Well, Betsy, thank you very much. Very interesting, for sure. Anybody have any questions? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, maybe a little bit closer.
Myself. Yeah. Hi, Betsy. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. Yeah. Hi. Thank you so much also for presenting in such an original way, and providing us with such a beautiful format to summarize a chapter. I think I have two questions as someone interested in conversation analysis and ethnomethodology myself. I was very intrigued by your statement that conversation analysis is both a way to investigate the organization of practices as it is the organization of language. I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about that. And then the second question would be, so to talk about naturally occurring conversation in relation to all these tools we now have where people record themselves, also perhaps for self-promotion. So entrepreneurs very often also seek out social media platforms to present something that might seem a naturally occurring conversation, but that actually, yeah, would you still qualify it as such, I guess?
Yeah, fantastic questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'll take your second one first. No, I wouldn't qualify that as naturally occurring because it's produced, it's staged, it's something that people are doing to persuade, right? It is a performance. It would be a front stage conversation rather than a backstage conversation, for example. So I wouldn't think of that as naturally occurring conversation unless you are studying the ways that people do presentations, right? So there could be a context around this by which it would make sense, but just as a typical sense of whether that's naturally occurring, it is not, right? It is something that is designed, maybe rehearsed. So it's not as naturally occurring as the backstage conversations that I think most CA folks are interested in. But there are other opportunities to get the real naturally occurring conversations on YouTube or other places, right? So, you can find them, but you as the researcher have to be thoughtful about what it is you're getting and be careful and mindful about what that is. Clearly, it's easier to start from the get-go and organize your data collection with someone and give them GoPro cameras or other things to collect their data. But you'll often find that some people have started making their own logs, their own self-reflective logs, or things that they want to keep for their own team's records, and they can share those with you. So on the matter of CA and practice, CA, I think, it often suffers from being confused with discourse analysis and other things that are focused on sort of interactions in a different way, right? And we can see everything we need to know about practice by the way people are interacting, right? As we mentioned in that next turn proof, I mean, we can learn a little bit about how people are understanding things. And when something goes awry, there are sanctions for that, right? If somebody goes outside of the bounds of what's really outside of the bounds of what's acceptable, typically there's some kind of sanction and that they're shunned from the group or that there's something that happens, right? So we can understand what the practices are and what is the social norm by recognizing what the impact of these interactions are, what particular turns mean and how they contribute to what is considered the recognizable practice of entrepreneuring. So I see another hand. Thomas has a hand up.
Hey, Betsy.
Hey,
Thank
how
you.
are you?
I am
Good to
fine.
see you.
I'm fine. How are you? Good to see you too.
Yeah.
I always enjoy listening to your talks. And for everybody in the room, I think if you haven't bought Betsy's book on the how do you call it, the innovators discussion, what was it called? Yeah, I think it's a wonderful book. I also use it. Actually, reading it, you I think you apply a lot from what you've said now. Is the result in that book, right? And I think it's a wonderful book. So everybody should check it out. My question is, however, so when I looked at conversation analysis, I was a bit scared of the level of detail. And I was like, wow. I mean, as you said, they pay attention to the speed ups and everything. And I was like, is that necessary? What does it help us as entrepreneurship as practice scholars? And how did you find a balance there?
No, that's a great question. And, I think every CA person really finds a modified way of doing their transcriptions that works for themselves and their team of analysts, and also works for the community that they're writing for, right? Because if I'm writing to ethnomethodology journals, people want every inhalation and every pause, and they want all of that, right? But I think it can be off-putting in management journals, entrepreneurship journals, because people aren't familiar with it and they don't know what it is. And so there is a mindfulness that I think as an analyst and as a writer that we need to bring to this of what do we need to share in our own backstage with our own analysts, co-analysts, so we can really be sure about our data and be sure about how we're understanding it. And then how do we modify that when we put it out into a publication, right? Is some of it superfluous? Or if we're making a point about pauses, for example, maybe we would just highlight the pauses and we don't think so much about the inhalations or the speeding up, because that's not really, while that's part of the importance of the overall practice, it's not telling the story that we're trying to hone in on for the particular article that we're writing. So there is flexibility as a CA person. You can adjust that as you think is important to do. But I think as a fundamental level, you need to be able to roll it all out, right? When you're doing your own transcription and your own analysis, you want it all there. Right. So you don't want to cheat yourself by only putting in the pauses or something from initially, because you'll miss what was so important about the speed ups or the slowdowns. And so get it all out there for yourself, I think, is the way to go. But then you can modify that as you're communicating it beyond the analytic process.
Thank you. Excellent.
I see another hand, Tobias.
Yes. Thank you for this very interesting talk. Maybe a stupid question, but you offered it to ask on this, to the difference between conversation and discourse analysis. So how would you delineate these two? By their inner connectedness to a larger body of theory with discourse, or by front stage, backstage in conversation analysis, more materiality in discourse, or how like, can you maybe elaborate on this a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think that all of the above, but there's also this sense of, with discourse analysis, you're looking at language in a more fixed way, right? You're interested in the language, whereas conversation analysis isn't really interested in language, right? It's interested in social affairs and how language is part of the social affairs and brings social activities to life, how you're talking identities, how you're talking organizations and roles into being. So the focus of CA, despite the name, really isn't about language, right? It's really about these social practices and how people are using interactions as a practice and as a way to make other practices available and sustained. And we've got a chat, I think, backing that up or giving an extra perspective on that. Discourse equals content versus CA equals form and activity. I'm not quite sure how to unpack that.
That it's less about like coding for the actual content of the language and what we would normally do with like interview data or something like that. Whereas it's more about the use of the language and the form that it takes to get something done.
Yes. Yeah, the structures. Good point, Neil. Thanks for bringing that up. The structural organization of how we're getting something accomplished and how we're making something mutually intelligible.
Heiko, I think, has a question.
Thanks.
Hi, Betsy. Thanks a lot. And I'm sorry if you spoke to that earlier because I joined a little bit late. There's something that's been going through my mind for some time, and it's especially has happened because this morning we had a couple of words such as pre-discursive and the need for practical understanding, the embodiment of knowledge, the focus on socio-materiality, artifacts, etc. And there's some parts of conversation analysis that seem to be super coherent with that, and other parts where I just don't know how the focus on language fits together with the focus on pre-discursive or understandings and artifacts, etc. And the question is simply, how do you see that? How do you see the relationship on complementarity or simply different research questions? Can you combine these different perspectives in some fruitful way, or are these rather substitutes, different approaches to different questions?
Well, I confess I wasn't here earlier because of the time difference, so I missed the conversation earlier. So I might not know all of the nuances and the details that were explored earlier. But just in general, I think that CA has been around now for 50 some years, right? Ethnomethodology and its traditions. And if you're digging into some of the early CA work, which is really about the mechanics of interactions, where we're looking at turn taking and we're looking at, these very basic maneuvers that we're using, they do seem quite distant from the sorts of things that we're talking about today. But over the arc of these 50 years, the way that conversation analysis and other ethnomethodological traditions have evolved, I think they're very much in the sweet spot of looking at socio-materiality and looking at other practice forms that we're quite interested in our community, because it's not only about the mechanics of interaction, but how we're talking things into being, right? So I think that they're very similar. I think this could be another use for a toolkit approach, right? Where we take a tip from Nicolini there, and we do a combined way of looking at things, right? And so we get something by looking at the structure of language and the interactional components. But how does that then transfer to looking at a different part of the practice, right? And how do we make those connections? And I think that's one way to maybe feel more confident and comfortable with an ethnomethodological approach to these questions.
Thank you.
Very much. There's so much to talk about with ethnomethodology and conversation analysis, and Betsy is our, member resident expert. So please, I think, reach out to Betsy. It's a really interesting framework. And like she's mentioned, it's been around for quite a while. So me personally, I could look up a lot of articles and a lot of examples of how to do this type of research and what it can look like and what it can do, which Org Studies was very happy to accept. So for me personally, also, there's an audience for this type of work, even though, yes, in other journals and things, it's been used for a long time. In our field, I think there's one, maybe, no, Betsy, you know more, 2 or 3 articles in entrepreneurship studies that have used CA, but the possibilities are literally endless.
Yep. And sincerely do reach out, because I love this stuff, and I'm the only one doing it for miles around. So it's great to have a community that's across the world.
All right, with that, I think we should move on to our final speaker, which is our core organizer, Thomas, who is also a book chapter author. Should we hand it over to you, Thomas?
Thank you, Neil. I will also share one slide. So welcome everybody to this final session for today, and then I release you into Amsterdam's evening and nightlife again, and wherever you might be in the rest of the world. Shifting the focus a bit from a fully fledged methodology to research or data collection methods. My chapter is about using digital methods for the study of EAP, and as a background, it is a chapter of my dissertation and my sort of sense making of how I approach data collection throughout my dissertation work. So when I began my PhD, I really wanted to understand how new ventures and small businesses grow. And I didn't want to understand how they grow in terms of numbers, but in terms of how they grow in terms of development, in terms of their practices. So I was a bit naive. I didn't have a methodology in place when I started out going in the field. All I cared about is how can I get the data that I want to get. And I wanted to get information about what do people do? How do the things that people do change over time as a venture grows, etc., etc. And I mean, I, for my take, found a lot of solutions and a lot of interesting insights in simply collecting this data from digital sources and digital tools that are all around. And so this chapter is sort of my sense making of this process and of the learnings. So if we start from the problem, I think this chapter addresses two problems that we commonly face as researchers of entrepreneurship as practice. The first one is that many practices nowadays happen in digital spaces. New venture teams work on Slack, they work on Facebook Messenger, they might use Google Drive to coordinate their work, you name it, right? And we've also heard today that a lot of entrepreneurs portray themselves on social media and use it as an outlet. And that might be an interesting site, so to speak, that we want to investigate as researchers. So the question is, how do we access this? The second problem I see, or that I faced particularly in my endeavor to understand growth from a development perspective, was that we need to zoom out, right? At some point, or at least that was my challenge was that it's not enough to stay focused on one particular instance of a practice, but I wanted to understand the web of practices. So I wanted to keep track of what were people doing, when do they stop doing something and start doing something else, and so forth and so forth. And I really struggled with that, because how can we accomplish this zooming out if we stay focused on only one source of data, so to speak? So the answer that I found to these questions is using digital methods. And the way how I describe digital methods in my book chapter is not as a fully fledged methodology. So I intentionally didn't write up this chapter in a sense promoting digital ethnographies, for example, or sort of social media or social networking analyses, which are fully fledged methodologies that sort of have a pre-packed toolkit, if you like, of data collection methods and ways how to analyze it. I only focused on the data sources, and I categorized them in the chapter. So I include categories such as these semi-public profiles on social networking sites and blogs. And it was an interesting discussion we just had about whether these are naturally occurring or not. I think to some extent they are naturally occurring in the context of social media, right? At the other hand side, you could argue that it's a front stage scene or a front stage acting towards another audience. But I think in this chapter, I focused on the more traditional way of distinguishing that, similar to what Emma Bell was talking about this morning, in a sense of, do the people create this data naturally as they would do as part of their everyday lives, or do I as a researcher force them to create this data for me? And I think that's the distinction I would draw. I draw in this chapter between naturally and artificially occurring data. But I do acknowledge it because in addition to these face-to-face, sort of the front face public profiles, we also have the so-called back channels. And that's a term I actually adopted from digital ethnographies. They talk about back channels, and that's the private one-to-one conversation channels or private group conversations where access is restricted, right? Where we have a bit more intimacy, one could almost say. But what I also did in my dissertation is that I used productivity software, such as, for instance, some of you might remember Trello, or might even use it still, these to-do Canvas board software. And I asked my participants, or the cases that I studied, if they could provide me access to it. So then I found a plugin for my browser where I could sort of download the Trello boards into an Excel sheet. And I had amazing data on sort of when they did what and what they accomplished with it. And there's different ways to access this type of productivity software if you only ask for it. Taking this even further, we can access digital files. So the products or the artifacts that people work with, right? The documents, whether they are stored on physical hard drives, or nowadays it's even easier to get access if you simply ask them to share access to their G drive or to their OneDrive, to their Dropbox, and you have access to it. And what this allowed me to do is, for instance, to see iterations between the different documents. So oftentimes, even without me telling them, they would save different versions of the same file as they worked on it. So I was able to see changes, and I was able to trace back the changes to feedback that they received in response to their venture or to their venture idea. And last but not least, I also have a bulk category in the chapter that is called digital tools and devices. And that's sort of everything else that fits in there, right? Because let's be honest, I mean, we are not interviewing any longer with these analog record boxes that Betsy was showing on her slide. We're interviewing with our phones or our digital media recorders. And to some extent, these are also digital sources. Neil has shown, and Orla together, they have shown greatly how you can use video recordings. And these are digital devices nowadays, not analog any longer. I mean, you can do analog if you like, but I think it's easier with a digital version, right? But there's also people who innovate this. So I've come across people, and I haven't used that myself, but I see how other people are using it. Digital diaries, or almost apps that are programmed for the purpose to sort of keep track of what the people are doing, how they are experiencing things. And I think these digital data sources provide us access to the hidden spaces, which are so important for entrepreneurship. Because entrepreneurship doesn't only happen in the incubator spaces. It doesn't only happen when people are standing on stage and pitching somewhere. Entrepreneurs work while they're on the train, on the toilet, you know, while they are having breakfast, whatever, everything, every time that they use, I mean, time is scarce, so they are working everywhere. And I think this is a way how to access it. Then the problem comes, because I mean, how do we sort of make sense of it? And in this chapter, I sort of describe 3 ways of studying practices with digital methods. And the first one is to really focus on the digital sides. So how are people using Slack differently, for instance? I think that's an open question that I would love to see research on. How does the use of GIFs in different ways, for instance, these moving pictures that we see in Slack that are possible, how does it influence the team dynamic and the development of the new venture idea? How does a different structuring of Slack in different channels, right? You can create your own channels and different categorizations of where discussions take place. How would that influence how the idea develops over time and so forth? So I think we can focus on that exclusively and already have a lot of research ideas. We can also look at entanglements of digital and physical entrepreneurial practices. So these are more or less what we are experiencing right now in real life, right? We are all in our physical spaces, but we use digital media to mediate the interaction between us. And this will oftentimes also happen in entrepreneurial practices. So perhaps an entrepreneur might use their phone during a conference to keep track of who they met. Right? I mean, in some countries, the physical business card is still a thing, but in many others, they have adopted LinkedIn and they just follow each other on LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn even has a feature where you can click and sort of get a digital QR code or something, and somebody else can scan it and automatically receive an invite. So these entanglements of digital and physical entrepreneurial practices are quite interesting, but we need access to the digital side as well. It's not enough that you as an ethnographer sort of only hover above the shoulder of a person. I think it's also useful to get access to the digital sides there to make fully sense of everything that we've discussed today, basically. And last but not least, that goes back to the zooming out. We can trace entrepreneuring across digital and physical sites. And I know that what I've said now is not a fully fledged sort of tool to zoom in on this stuff. No, I think it's not, unless you're researching entrepreneuring in digital sites, digital data sources will rarely be enough, right? But we can complement it and we can make sense of what we see in one site and what then happens in other sites. And we can trace those interconnections between different practices. So my main claim, or my main reason why I've wrote this chapter, is to really motivate people to get out and be creative. We can be creative. We don't need to follow very distinct methodologies. We can break out of it. Let's be a bit against method, as Paul Feyerabend would say. And let's try to innovate, and let's try to use all the digital tools that we have available and to access data.
Great, thank you very much, Thomas. Any questions? I found it really interesting you could figure out a way to download their Trello board. Did that mean that also it would update as well as they worked?
Oh, I would have to go back and download it every couple of weeks, and